I did not unmute my microphone. That is an amazing start to the stream. Out the door, technical hiccups. There's like a five-step process on YouTube to actually getting the stream to start. You have to go into you have to stream to YouTube into the stream, and then go into the stream on the back end of YouTube, and press the button. Hello everyone. You see the spinner, and now you see what we're gonna be doing today. Let me get my ref sheet up on the screen as well. I don't know if this is going to pop up the right image. Yeah, it did. Brilliant. It's a bit too big. Let me just make that smaller again. Pop it down in its usual spot. There we go. How to farm Twitch points. Is that the hardly detailed brick going to be the big gun? Yeah, so, okay, so here's the thinking for today. This is a very, very, very old 3D model. This model is like ballpark 3-4 years old, and you can actually see it reflected on the key art that we have for the game, right? This was what we used when we got the painter to paint this. We said, you know, use this grey box model and figure it out. Very conscientious that we are. But now, you know, that's kind of like penned in forever as like the EOD cannon gun. Like, I think people maybe thought this was like a PPT, but it isn't. It's this like large grenade launcher block out from ages and ages and ages ago. So I want to keep like slightly to the form of this while also making it like actually good. Yeah, it's not the PPT one, it's the large grenade launcher. But like, I don't like this design very much, and it visually reads as a PPT one. So, you know, changes are going to be made. I have not collected maybe as much grenade launcher reference as I should have, so there'll probably be some reference collecting on the stream. And yeah, so that's basically today's mission. But the file's all set up with the scale models and everything. And I'm just going to get everything into its right place. And hello, Mardo Pardo. And hello to everyone on Twitch as well. I don't know why your kitchen is quarantined, silly. But it sounds like I've been cooking in there. If that is the case. Hello to Malaysia. Or rather, hello to Ecstatic Ethan. We only have normal Ethan here on the stream. The ecstatic one is... he hasn't been ecstatic since the surface. You wanted to cook something new? It might have been a bit too new. So I'm going to quickly check out some of my reference images for grenade launchers here. And probably add a few new pictures to the board. And maybe shuffle some stuff around. What would you cook, expert? What would you cook? What would be the good inter-final food? Oops. That's funny, Cosmos. Let me see. Pinterest time. I think the Zhuvag would have a boiling vessel. I don't think that would be a... I don't think they'd eat frozen food. I think they'd be able to warm up a little bit. Hmm. Whoa, look at this thing. This thing looks crazy. Yeah, you were right, Mado. I love the near music. The all mechs get a boiling vessel. No, the TVR doesn't get one. Why? I don't know. It's a debuff. It does look so goofy, but like, look at the end of the barrel. It's kind of amazing now. And this one's really cool too. Set up for calamari, salt and pepper squid, potato chips, and some dim sims. I mean, that sounds like a good dinner to me. So I'm just thinking about ways that I can change this weapon's like complete like feeling and shape, you know? I just want to completely shake it up. Because it is very PPT-esque at the moment, and we want everything to feel kind of unique in its design. So if it's just another PPT looking thing, that'd be kind of pointless. The way it's going to function, it's going to fire out like 3 shots in like one blast. Or is it, how many grenades was it firing out, Ethan, in one go?
I was thinking 3. But
3, yeah.
Kind of could be anything, I guess.
So it's going to fire multiple grenades that are going to like spread out a little bit, and that should be kind of interesting.
Are we doing the discarding like casing?
Yeah, we can do the discarding casing thing.
Yeah.
So it'll fire like one burst, and then it'll go like pop. It'll like pop like right out.
That'd be good.
An underbarrel recoil compensator. Exposed belts on a mech is a terrible idea, but we did it for the minigun anyway because it looks badass. Brickier than the PPT. Yeah, that strikes me as like the way to go. I'm also thinking about like maybe more skeletal than the PPT. Like how would I put it? Like it will have like a kind of, it'll be like more like there'll be like bits that are around it. It's hard to describe, but like more like I'll have like more stuff like sticking off. Like see how this one is like very like the shapes are like quite unorthodox. And you know, there's like this like big bit on the side, and then like the barrel in the middle, and then like this large chunk on the top. Like it's more skeletal. It's got more like lumpy stuff to it. It's not like one unit in the middle. It's like several like conjoined shapes in a more interesting way. The belt makes a small weak spot for the weapon mount. Yeah. Slap a loudener on the gun. Mesh like panels on the side, that seems like a good option. Let me see what else I have in my little box of tricks around here that is like inspiring reference. Kind of interesting. Let's take a bit of that. So the question is, do we want it to go like thump, 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 or do we? Because we already have a weapon that goes thump, thump, thump. Or do we want it to go like pop and then like a secondary pop when the grenades like spread out from the canister? I appreciate your nice comments, Alvaro. I don't like talking bad about other games, especially ones I haven't even played. It just seems mean, but a lot of people do seem very upset with War Robots. But I haven't even played the game, so to be honest, I don't even know how soulless or souled it is. The band cannon ammo rack. I was thinking about like the band cannon like loader. Something kind of crazy like that. Plop. Pop midair, yes, exactly. Yeah, like a thunk and then a secondary pop. There, I think we're getting somewhere. Can you Apollo the grenade sound? No, 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 this isn't a democracy. Not for that, anyway. Other things will be democratic, but we already have the thunk, 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 so I'm going pop, pop. It's going to be like the thunk pop kind of situation, for sure. Make a pixel of an unseen part have the wrong color. Why? Why would we do something like that? It'd be very unusual. Just so that you know it's there. It's just like upsetting, just because you know. It's funny, yeah, fair enough. It's kind of funny. You're on the pop sound side. I'm just trying to figure out. Okay, I was like, is this a grenade launcher? And it says like 40mm. If it's not a grenade launcher, then it's quite a gun. I'll put it that way. Oops. The EOD music came on shuffle kind of early this stream. This end bit looks really nice though. There's a lot of ideas here. Alright, I think it's time to start blocking this thing out. One Shabak added to the screen. Oh boy. It's begun already. Okay, hold on a second. Here we go. Have coconut down here. I think that's a good whoops. See, I can't make him too big because if we get more added to the screen, then I mean it's going to be an absolute flood, and you won't be able to see anything left. Maybe I should make one for like one Jabak removed from the screen, so you can fight over it. If you want them on the screen, if you don't want them on the screen. Yeah, that is right, expert. So, I talked to Jose Pavli a long time ago on emails after I saw he did like commission music, and I was like, you know, out of curiosity, how much do quotes cost? And he gave a very reasonable price, and I was like, that is a very reasonable price for your excellent music. However, the budget did not allow for that. But he was like, well, I know another guy who's like a newer composer who was like, he was mentoring and teaching him. Maybe he still is, honestly, I don't know. But he recommended Dogman. I was like, oh, okay, we could totally work this out. And then we commissioned Dogman to produce the music. And it is, I mean, you're listening to it right now, it's brilliant. He did an incredibly good job. So that is the story, and that's why Jose Pavli's in the Discord. I'm going to break this up into just component parts here and sort of start to simplify things. How many digits are reasonable? I can't remember, but for his work, any number, basically, it's so good. It's just like the 40mm grenade launcher, but on crack, pretty much, and it has some like shotgun kind of mixed in there. It's gonna fire like a canister of grenades that will split out in midair, like a certain distance. Yeah, I mean, I kind of had the expectation that the price would be out of our range. Like, I wasn't being like a tough negotiator or anything. I just like asked politely like how much it was. And he was like, oh, it's this much. I was like, oh, thank you very much. That is way too much. We don't have the budget for that. And I didn't say it in the way that, like, you know, like, we don't have the budget for that. Can you do less? I was just like, oh, no, we don't have the budget for that. But thank you very much for giving us the information. And then we ended up talking and, like, you know, we found out about Dogma and everything. And despite what I was saying before, that's how we got our music. And it is brilliant. Okay, now this one. Ethan, what if it was 5 grenades?
I mean, that would be cool.
Okay, it's 5 grenades.
Yeah, I can balance it no matter what it is. So just go for whatever's cool.
And that sentence, everyone, is how we get into the balancing issues that we do. Hey, nice to see you, Taryn. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, adding more music would be super cool. You know, it's tough for a couple of reasons. One is obviously just like budgeting is challenging. I mean, you know, the Patreon money is amazing, but it only goes a certain distance, and also, like, we don't want to get music. We're very like financially conscious of like what is the most effective way to spend the money that we have. That, like, you know, people are trusting us with their Patreon subscriptions and everything. We want to spend the money with like the most efficacy that we possibly can. So if it's not just for like keeping me and Ethan alive and, you know, stored up on snacks, then it's like, would we be like making the best choice to spend the money on making music when the game already has a lot of music? Like, the game already has music for the menu, the like exciting situations, the winning and losing. It's like, I don't know where music would fit into the game more if, you know, if we were going to add like more music. So it's like, would that be the best way to spend money, is what we're always thinking when it comes to anything like that. And obviously on like an emotive sense, like an emotional level, I'm like, yeah, of course it is. Like, the music is brilliant. But then it's like, on a logical sense, it's like, well, where would we actually play the music in the game? Like, where would the situation actually occur where we would play more music? Because, you know, in multiplayer games as well, like, not a lot of music gets played because you have to be like listening for footsteps and stuff. Fast, cheap, good pick too, yeah. Oh wait, an extra Jabak has been added to the screen. I didn't even realize. We're gonna double up. Hold on. I can see the price of that one raising. Let me move this guy around. I might have been poking it, watching over the chat. A couple of ambient track stream matches might be good. Yeah. We just, you know, we're always concerned about like the competitive nature of it being like exactly as it should be. I have no idea how to design this canister gun round, by the way, so I'm just thinking about it. This is getting out of hand. They're multiplying the price. There's going to need to be like economic inflation of how much it costs to put a Zabak on the screen, or Jabak on the screen. What if the shells were kind of like baton-like, you know? I made this thing like really fat and lumpy, like a 40mm grenade, but what if it was actually kind of like slender? And then each individual like grenade was like actually kind of long. You know, designing a cannon is easy because everyone's invented like every kind of cannon available, but then when you have to design a Mech grenade launcher that fires out like however many shots, things suddenly get a little bit more complicated. You have to think a little bit, and oof, that's when it gets tough. That might have some potential, like a baton round. Let's see what else I've got on my box of tricks. Oh, these are kind of cool, actually. So there's like a static box magazine for a grenade launcher. Yeah, long rounds. I think long rounds has some potential here. Hello, Commando Dragon. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, okay, something like this, and then maybe like jam the baton like in the end of it, like compress. Could be this seems to be heading in the right direction. I don't like the stubby one too much, if I'm being honest. It just doesn't give me the feeling of something that could actually cycle and feed through it. Maybe if it was like a lot smaller, it could have some potential, but I'm not sure. What are we trying to do? So we're designing a new weapon today for the game. It's going to be a grenade launcher that fires like a burst grenade. It's going to fly out as like one thing, and then it's going to pop in the air and turn into like several smaller grenades. Yeah, that's what we're doing today. The same scene, the same file. So yeah, these aren't like the actual mech models that you would use for production. These are just like kind of, I stripped all the materials off them and I put them in, and like all these things exist for purpose. So there's like car, double door, and a man. For scale, there's like a bunch of different things that can go on a mech. So if I'm designing a mech, then it's like a human-sized hatch. There's the APS system, radar, you know, the small weapon, pylon, hardpoint, camera, flares, smoke grenades. So these things exist in the scene, so that when I'm designing parts, I can kind of cross-check them with scale, which is really important and not something I've always done that well. So getting better at that has been it's been an important part of making EOD mechs a bit less ridiculous. Banger alert for the best mechs feel like actual vehicles. Yeah, that's something we want to go for. Like, a lot of our models are like really old and don't do a good job of that, like the TBR. Sorry to be it's a TBR hate stream today apparently, but you know, there will be reworks, but like some of them do hit the mark in my opinion. Like this Jabak actually looks like a military vehicle. PVR Slanders of R5. We can get those numbers up. We can push it a little bit further. I just think this feels like such unbelievable nonsense. Like having these like exposed grenades in a weapon. Like it just doesn't. I don't know. It just doesn't feel right. I'm not sure. This is a tough design. It's a tough design. Is that a stackable grenade? Kinda, yeah, but it's tough to design a stackable grenade that actually feels feels compelling. It's tricky. So I'm just working on trying to figure that out right now. I'm quite enjoying like the shape of these grenades. Like this looks good. It looks like it would fly. But giant shotgun shell? Yeah, that kind of makes more sense, right? I kind of want to expose these shells in the design a little bit as well, potentially, so... what was I doing here? I just started freeballing and I'm in an awful shape. I think I did that quite unconsciously. You know, now we're like going back to it, like the original Stobby version does look the best, once it's actually been scaled down, so... maybe that will reign supreme. How do cluster shells look? You know what? That's a great question.
That is a great question.
Okay, so they kind of look like normal shells, and they have a casing over seemingly all the goods inside them. Yeah, so it seems like all of the stuff that's inside is like just kind of contained. Your rug is not a viable. Yeah, well, it's gonna slip out, and you're gonna end up like in a cartoonish falling over situation. Music is a little bit too loud. Okay, so the verdict is the cluster bombs just kind of look like normal bombs until they don't and they explode. So maybe it should just look like a normal thing. And then I can swap it out. Ethan, right? Hear me out. What if it flies straight, okay, like a projectile, and then when it detects that there's something close enough in front of it, it splits then, like 50 meters from a target or whatever?
Like radio frequency?
No, it could be like laser, it could be radio frequency. I don't know how proximity fuses work, usually, but like, whatever that...
Generally radio, I think.
Yeah.
The problem with them is that they're triggered by... like anything. If you shoot close to a wall or close to anything, it'll do it.
Yeah.
But we could do that. Because like once it deploys, it's just going to cluster, right? So all 5 will just kind of shotgun out at that point.
This is like, this is totally transforming into something else. Yeah. Okay, maybe this is going a bit too far away from its original purpose.
It might be really cool though.
It could be really cool.
It wouldn't be hard for me to do either, to program.
What if
I'll
you
just
made
put
it
a
like...
collider on it.
What if we say it's like a laser, so only things that are ahead of it will make it split, not things that are like right next to it. So once it's like got something that's like 50 meters ahead of it, then it'll pop.
I could do that.
Or like maybe like 50 meters ahead of it, or like 1 meter around it, maybe something like that.
Does the projectile move slow enough so that you can actually kind of see this effect, or...?
Well, we could add like a particle or something.
Oh yeah, that'll do it. Is it self-propelled, like are they little rockets, or?
That's another good question. Maybe it already has enough velocity and it could just split apart.
Or when it splits apart, it could have additional explosives to just propel it out in different angles, I guess.
Yeah.
Honestly, I like it. Sounds pretty fun. It's unique. It'll look really cool to use.
So it could
Like,
be
kind
like
of no matter
a
where you shoot, it'll have the same sort of
yeah.
spread at any distance. It's kind of cool.
So it could be sort of like a cylinder, right? With like little cylinders inside it. And instead of stacking them along the way, we can stack them like around the way. Make them
Yeah.
like baton grenades. Okay, this is basically transformed into like a completely different weapon, but I think that's okay. Because to be honest, it's just cooler.
Yeah, I like this. I'm happy with this. That's pretty cool.
Oh, okay. I think we're gonna have to have inflation of the price of adding a Jabak to the screen because there are now 3.
Stack them up, boys.
There. But maybe it's like a protection method, you know? Because if they spend all their points on Jabaks, then they don't get as far as like Metal Gear cutscenes and Google Maps reviews. In this economy. Is this the Patapon soundtrack? No, it's the Nier soundtrack. I don't know what Patapon is. Does this game have HUD stuff that tracks enemies and their movement and pairs that with your weapon's ballistics to indicate where to shoot to lead shots? No, it doesn't. Because I don't think anything moves that fast. I mean, some things kind of move that fast, but for the most part, nothing moves like ridiculously quickly that you would need like an aircraft type ballistics computer lead indicator. I will definitely be proven wrong by the way that someone chooses to build a cairn at some point. But for the most part, that remains true. You can kind of intuit it. You should be able to see what the music is on the stream with the little pop-up thing.
On left, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Mental. Yeah, Terran, there's 3 different types. There's hard points. There's so yeah, sorry, you get hard points which like fit the large weapons. You get small weapon points which fit small weapons, and then you get what do you call it? You get like pylons which fit like primarily like missile and like other kind of like unusual, like more unorthodox weapons.
Food time, I'll be back.
Right? I'm just thinking about what the propellant block on the back of this would look like. I feel like it's really stretching the definition of a grenade. Maybe it only launches like that. Maybe it doesn't have a case around the outside. Well, thanks for swinging by, Commander. Thank you. Okay, this is giving me like much cooler feelings. Like, it's giving me cooler vibes. Like this shape, like just flying through the air. It seems more reasonable. This is like so far away from like being a grenade launcher anymore, but we'll still call it a grenade launcher. Looks a bit like your nuclear bomb throwing craft. Yeah, it does have that sort of feeling to it. Like a bit of a Kerbal feeling. Yeah, dude, trust me. I know about Project Orion. I think it's got legs. I think it can work. I think that's the future of interstellar travel right there. Oh, the stream is wrong on Twitch. Let me change that. This will be the first EOD weapon literally held together with rubber bands. I was trying to imagine how this would exist in a casing that would make it like feedable into a, into an automatic cycling weapon. This is such a wacky round, like it's so bizarre. It kind of feels like those like the diagrams people make of bolter rounds from like Warhammer 40k where it's like a rocket launch thing, like gyrojet type situation. It looks like this is a weapon, like this looks like this isn't even a projectile, like this is the weapon. I think I'll do though. That's the projectile pretty much figured out. 100 ACs that shoot bullet shells. Will you have something similar? I don't know. All of our weapons, they're not necessarily formatted in like the same way that they're not necessarily formatted in the same way that like MechWarrior format stuff. Like we just have like a lot of like very unique weapons rather than like having like as many classifications like LRMs and stuff that have a lot in them. It's more like we just have like one unique weapon for like each class. Largely because we're just like a micro dev team, you know? We don't have as many resources to be making like as many weapons like in each classification. So we tend to do it like, you know, basically for that reason. So like yes, we may have those things like canister firing weapons, you know, like we're making one right now. But then we also have like less in each category. We just try to make the ones that we have like really count. The entire dev team is here? I mean, that's like mostly true. We have some helpers and stuff who, you know, give us assistance. But for the most part, yeah, we're here. Me and Ethan. Although Ethan is currently getting himself some food, so, you know. Are these, I don't know if the grenades are big enough. I guess if there's 5, it's fine. But like, compared to the mech, they are tiny. Hmm. Hmm. Soup? Not today. So I'm just trying to think about the shape of the gun now. And all these like wacky different things I've got going on here on my reference sheet. I know, it's tough without any soup, gun too. But we do what we can. This super like weird shape that this one has where like there's this like big gap and then the barrels are in between it. Really cool. Like it a lot. So I'm thinking about that. We've already strayed so far from the original design. I think it's just time to accept that this has become something different. Oh shit. This is a lunch. Oh yeah, I mean, loads of professionals use Blender now, Toad. I mean, it's like a super adopted tool in the industry. It's very popular. Hmm. If you were here for the last weapon design stream, you know that I like to flail around a lot until I find something that kind of clicks, and I'm very much on like the flailing around stage right now. This is what you're gonna get for the next like half an hour, probably a lot of and just like moving the camera around. So I just want to solve the next design issue now, which is like, where do the bullets come from? Like, where's the magazine on this thing? Where does it store the ammo? How does it feed into the main part of the gun? Maybe like, oh, that could be kind of like front-loaded magazine like this. That would be kind of wacky, but it could be cool. Barely makes sense. Absolutely. That's how you know it's a good mech gun. But I mean, this. Oh, this and that. Okay, so I realize what this is. This is like a belt tray now. I'm realizing that. Chain feed definitely could be. Yeah, we do think about it realistically, and then at the end of the day, we just go, well, we got to do what we got to do to make it have some kind of visual that appeals. I feel very, kind of like almost like I'm flailing. I feel very, I don't know, very weirdly like sluggish today. Maybe my mouse sensitivity's off, or I'm just tired or something, I don't know. Chain dragging behind, like it broke free of its shackles. Kind of an awesome idea, actually. Like it just has a box like jammed in, and the chain is just like hanging off somewhere. So this like ammo box position doesn't really make like that much sense. But it does look cool, so let's see if I can improve the design here and make it make sense. See you around, enjoy your lunch, or your lunch. Bring the breach of the gun forward, it will. Yeah, but like there's a certain like visual here that I'm trying to keep. And that is the for the box in the thigh. Oh, that would be very challenging to develop. It would be cool. So what I'm kind of thinking right now is, yeah, we could just bring a breach forward. Hello, Rinbo. Sorry, I wasn't texting you back. I was been doing the stream. Bring this forward here, right? Whoever said bring the breach forward, that was the move. That was 100% the move. Wrong account. And then we can feed across like here. Yeah, whoever said bring the breach forward, that was the move, 100%. The degree is war studies. I didn't even know they did degrees in that. Crazy degree. Need to make sure as well, like, I'm just thinking now, like, does it mount? 2 unis do it in the UK, and the worst uni is the one with a better raid course. Interesting. Yeah, I find university stuff can be very inconsistent and unusual. You've been looking at a project for a while, but you're still unconvinced it's not a scam game. Can we ease your thoughts? Yeah, we can ease your thoughts, but like, ease my thoughts. What made you think it's a scam game? Because I mean, like, it's been played by people, like, twice. Like, you've been able to play the game twice. People have played it, they can attest that they've played it, the game exists. I don't know what would be a scam. Like, the game is real. There is nothing, like, I don't know. I feel like scams are more, it should be more of a, how would I put it, like, innocent until proven guilty rather than the other way around. I don't know. What would be the scam? I don't see any scam at all. So please, because if we have something that makes the game look very untrustworthy and weird, obviously want to know about that, but I don't think we've done anything scammy at all. Handsome Grinch, please add full Mech customization like colors and stickers. Oh, I have good news for you. We have both of those things. Blowing up the feed with videos. Is that a scammy thing today? We just make videos of the game. So this design is feeling pretty decent. I just need to make it actually fit on the Mech hardpoints now. I don't know, I mean, if we don't make videos of the game, no one's going to know about the game. I don't know. That seems like a very obvious, normal thing to do. Right, okay. Yeah, I see. I mean, everyone does marketing at the end of the day. We don't, like, pay for adverts or anything, though. We just put the videos out, and then whoever sees them, sees them. But there's nothing, like, there's no cash grab here. There's no, you know, run, whatever. I would say, obviously, scams are, like, a popular topic at the moment, but most game devs are not scamming you. They're just earnestly trying to make something fun for people to play. And I think that, like, things are almost starting to transition more towards, like, a guilty until proven innocent methodology. And, like, I get that with, like, Kickstarter and stuff. Like, you have to be pretty, you know, skeptical of what you're investing. But, you know, the proof is in the pudding. You can play the game, like, in a month. and people have been playing the game in the past in previous public tests. So, unless you see something that's like truly like eyebrow raising, games are probably just games. Like, it's probably normal. Was the mech designs inspired by Battletech? Yeah, Battletech is one of the things that inspires the whole game, but we are inspired by a lot of other stuff too, like real-world military vehicles. It's like a huge aspect too. Blue Ball says, good morning. May I ask what mech games have inspired you guys and girls? Only guys here, there's no women on the internet, but okay, I'm joking, but what's Mech Warrior 4 in particular is a huge inspiration. Mech Warrior Online, enjoyed that. Armored Core 6, enjoyed that. That's just a few off the top of my head. Obviously, Armored Core 6 is more of a mecha game, but it's like great customization. Iron Rebellion? Iron Rebellion is really cool, but I have not actually played a lot of it. I only played a very, very small amount of Iron Rebellion. There's no one else covering the game that sets off alarm bells. Interesting. I think that's probably because we're so early. Like, we don't have an early access you can buy. We don't have a release date announced yet. I think if you were covering the game, I mean, what would you say about it, right? Like, there's a game coming, and I want to go, yep, there is definitely a game coming. Though that being said, we have had some YouTubers, no one like insanely huge or anything, but people that are still like very, very respectable numbers of like thousands of subscribers who have covered the game and have done some like really awesome stuff. Like one guy has built like a sim pit. It's not just for EOD, but it's like a mech-based sim pit he's built, and it like jostles up and down. And he made a really cool video on YouTube of playing EOD in this like sim pit, and he has it like jostling up and down as the mech like walks around. So yeah, like there are videos on YouTube of EOD you can find if you search it up. It's not just us. It is it's just that like, you know, you probably won't find them that easily because they're all like kind of, you know, smaller YouTubers. Like they still have thousands. It's kind of crazy that by like YouTube standards, like thousands of people is considered small. They still have like thousands of subscribers and views, but they're not like, you know, it's not Mr. Beast. Motion platform VOD is kind of a thing, yeah. I want to have a try on it. It looks very fun. We're gonna probably look at putting an official support for that once the time is more ready. Yeah, I think it's starting to have that skeletal feel for the gun that I like. I'm now just like, how do I attach it to the hardpoint? Yeah, marketing is definitely tough. It's kind of like what we try to do with EOD marketing. We have like one philosophy, and that is we want people to imagine when they see a video, like when they watch a video of EOD, we want them to like imagine playing the game. We want them to imagine what it's like to play the game. We want them to imagine like you know, trying out the different things. And if they're interested in like imagining playing the game, and they see something cool, and they're like, oh, that's cool. I imagine like I could do this with it. Like say we show like you know, like we're adding like matchmaking with friends, right? Like so if we show matchmaking with friends, we want people to imagine playing with their friends, and that you know, if they imagine that and they go, oh, I like that idea, then they'll be interested in trying out the game in the playtests or whatever. That's kind of our strategy. We just want to, you know, spark people's interest via making them imagine what it's like to play the game. Just give it to you already? No, no, you gotta wait, you gotta wait. What is it people say these days? Let me cook. It needs a little bit of time, especially if you want functional servers, which are kind of essential. Yeah, the attachment point is definitely going to be the hardest part of this weapon. Do we see EOD leaning more towards VR than flat screen? No, I don't think so. EOD is for both platforms, and we are supporting both fully, with crossplay and measures in place to make sure that playing on one platform isn't worse than playing on another one. No servers, only game. You can have a lot of fun sitting on the main menu, Terran. You just go, it's a nice menu. I'd like to play the game. There's a great single-player tutorial. Going into a match would be crazy right about now. There's no servers. But yeah, no, I mean, you just go away a little bit. It's not long though. It's just over a month. End of July, next public test. You can jump on that. Completely free, of course. Have you seen the game Overlord? Yes. I'm in their Discord as well. Really cool game. Probably some of the most intricately simulated mechs in VR specifically. Dev's a nice guy. Yeah. He is. I have never actually spoken to him like fully, but like I've exchanged a couple of messages in his Discord server, and he's always like very receptive to like interesting questions and stuff. So yeah, definitely a very good dev. Sorry, Gespenstar, I cannot speak German. And I don't know. Let's hit the Google Translate on this message. 1 second. Copy, translate, paste. You can hardly wait. Gotta wait, but it won't be long. It won't be long. And I'm not going to figure out how to say that in German. That would be much too much of a derailment of the stream for this early in the model's production. The destruction scenery, yeah, I mean we are working on the destruction scenery. It just takes a bit of time. It won't be ready in this test that's upcoming, but the one after for sure will be ready. Need to be able to smash through walls and like, you know, there's some limited destruction in the game right now, like you can knock down trees and stuff, but it's gonna be a lot more than that. Yeah, I mean that's alright, Rogue. I guess I would just put it this way, like, are we taking your money for a product that you're not like immediately receiving? And the answer is no. There's no like EOD pre-order. It's not a thing. There's no like vector to scam you, so be skeptical when it's necessary, but like if there's not like a you know, if there's not like an obvious like method or like anything that you've seen before, like you're probably just gonna like bum out some indie developer. Like I don't mind at all, by the way. I'm always up for conversations and talking about these kind of things, but like, you know, you say you're working on your own game and someone came up to you and you weren't even like asking for money or anything, and they were like, your game's a scam. It would probably bum you out a little bit if we're being honest. So I don't know. Be skeptical, but you know. You see the, you know, how would I put it, like, most indie games, they're just people making what they want to make. Trying to make the best possible game for everyone. There were trees. Not on the previous maps, actually. Only, like, dead trees. But on the next maps, there will be trees. This looks more like a cannon than a grenade launcher. Honestly, kind of true. You're right. Shot and fat in the barrel. Yeah, I think you're talking in the right direction here. VR chat scammed you have 6,000 hours of your life. Oh dear. Hell of a game to be scammed by. I mean, you're saying that as like, is that your playtime? Because think about it, you probably have a lot more time developing for it as well. How can people imagine scamming? I don't know. I mean, he probably didn't know that there was a demo available at times. Like, it's not available right now. You have to wait a little while, so I can see maybe, but I don't know. The phrase benefit of the doubt is my usual avenue. Like, I saw recently, I was on YouTube, and it was a Kickstarter for a game, like, and it was like a pretty cool looking game. It had like a really highbrow, like high quality cinematic cutscene. It had a really like good Kickstarter and everything. It was just like sailing game, and I don't remember which YouTuber it was, but they were like going, "This game is going to be a scam," and it's like, well, look, I mean, you don't have any evidence, and he didn't present any evidence in the video. It's just like, this is my hunch, I've seen this before. And I'm like, okay, you know, you've got a hunch, and you might be right. But without any evidence, you're going to hurt this game so much. Like, you had 100,000 subscribers or something. He's going to hurt this game so much by making this video. And he had no evidence at all that it's a scam, just a hunch based on, like, the fact that they weren't asking for that much money. But, like, he doesn't know, like, what kind of, like, seed funding they have, like, behind the scenes. Like, they made this insanely polished, like, cutscene, like, trailer thing. So, like, you know that they've got, like, a lot of money and a lot of, like, manpower and stuff. So, I just think that people are, like, overly skeptical. And this isn't me, like, getting on at you, Rogue Inquisitor. Like, I genuinely do not mind. I think it's alright to ask questions. I think it's good to ask questions, but the, people are, like, way too, like, over, like, zealous about what might be a scam these days, in my opinion. Obviously, there's a lot of scams out there and remain vigilant, but, like, people are flagging things as scams without any kind of evidence or whatever. But that's just the way it be. That's just what happens. An accurate nade launcher would need a hella long barrel. That's true, but, like, you know, we want the vibes. So we want this, like, kind of stubby. It should be a little bit fat. It should be a little bit chunky. It should have a little bit of that skeletonization to it. Yeah, Rogue, it's all good. Right, sorry. I feel like I've come off, like, way too strong, but you accidentally hit a topic that I got kind of passionate about. But yeah. What's your game you're working on, Rogue? What kind of game is it? Physics-based melee PvP. Oh, okay, that's cool. Because I think it's interesting because not many like VR PvP games actually have much of a physics aspect to them. Like they usually go in like a very different direction. So I think that could be pretty cool. I'm sure it'll be very difficult to develop though. So good luck. Would we consider Web3 elements to EOD? Honestly, I don't even know what that is. Isn't that like cryptocurrency and stuff? I don't think that would fit in the game at all. Death Jewel VR. Every time this music plays, someone gets a War Thunder flashback. Yeah, it's definitely not impossible. Far from it, it's just challenging, difficult stuff. So here's the question then, like, what is, like, Web3? Like, I genuinely do not know. And, like, if it was going to be added to... Is it just crypto? Because if it's just crypto, then that wouldn't really fit or, like, be particularly good in the game, I don't think. But is there, like, more to it, or is that just it? Crypto integration? Yeah, no, I don't think that would be... I do not think that would be the move for UOD. Oh, NFT stuff? Your mech has now been converted into an NFT. All it seems to is lag out some game functions. Well, that's an interesting point because, you know, blockchain technology is, like, basically just the most inefficient database ever made, right? It takes a long time to like fetch. Your game looks cool, by the way. I looked up Death Duel on Steam. Screenshots your Mech. That's funny. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't think that that's a good thing, especially because, you know, if you want to imagine you wanted to play a match, like, or like you want to like change a part of your Mech and your Mech was stored as an NFT, it's gonna like cost you like every single time like real money to like change it, or like you'd have to wait like the like processing time for like the blockchain database to like propagate across or whatever. Like it is the most inefficient database technology ever made, and in my opinion, it'd be hard pressed to find a good place for NFTs in gaming. Even item skins or whatever, like a Steam inventory, I'd rather have immediate access to them than have like the whole like NFT decentralized thing. I just think it would be weirdly how would I put it? Like it's just not a good solution for that. So I'm yet to see a reason why you would want either crypto or Web3 in a regular video game. The amount of rug pulls, massive hacks and likes. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff like that, but like assuming like you do it in like good faith, like even in good faith, I don't see why it would, you know, I don't know what it would do. They blockchain the basic mechanics of the game so they're secure from hacking, but it lags any in-game system that uses the blockchain. Yeah, that's rough. I'm not gonna lie, that is rough. Using CS cases as currency. I mean, money is money, I guess. I do just think you can maybe, I don't know, it's like everything's a trade-off, right? Like, say, you did use it in good faith to, like, protect items or whatever. You know, then you're like, I'm protected from hacking, but at what cost? Did I play a Mech Flash game on Newgrounds? No, I didn't, but, I mean, if it's interesting, let me know the name and I'll, like, look at it. But I did not play any Mech Flash games on Newgrounds. In fact, I never did like Newgrounds when I was a young kid or whatever. It just wasn't. I was on like NetRoam and stuff, which was just like a random games website. I didn't know about Newgrounds or Flash. The like attaching points for weapons are always like the most lame. Well, I don't think anyone's hating blue balls. Like we just asked like a legitimate question, which is like, if we put Web3 in the game, like, what is it? And people tell me it's crypto, and people tell me it's NFTs, and neither of those do particularly well in games. So, I mean, it's just a legitimate question. It's like, what is Web3, and like, what would be the point of it? I don't think anyone's hating necessarily. I mean, maybe they are, but people just, I mean, I'm just asking questions. That's all I'm saying. Is there more to it than NFTs and cryptocurrency? Because I don't know anything else, and no one said anything else. So that's, if it's just that, I don't see what it could be used for. This game makes you miss MechWarrior and Hawken. I mean, Hawken doesn't have servers anymore unless you go unofficial, but like, MechWarrior hasn't gone anywhere. MechWarrior is still very playable and very fun, so... Got some games, enjoy a little bit. What are we thinking of this weapon? Does it feel right to you guys? It's starting to feel better right for me, proportionally. I think the block maybe needs to be a little bit wider here. It has that kind of like chunky, but like skeleton feel to it. Maybe I could lend into that a little bit more, but I think it's heading in the right direction for what it is.
Yo.
Welcome back, Ethan. We are discussing cryptocurrency, or whatever Web3 actually is. I don't honestly know yet.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't think we're hating on Web3 because we don't know what it is. Um,
What's the NFTs? Are they completely and thoroughly gone? Is everyone that was defending them now just embarrassed and hiding?
well, I don't know, but I mean, I don't know if NFTs are Web3. Well, okay, so I think they are, but like
I'm not. Yeah,
what we're trying
I'm
to
just
figure
bringing up like
what
news
we're trying to
names.
figure out is Web3 anything that is not just cryptocurrency and NFTs? Like, is there anything else to it? And if there is, then maybe we can discuss that. But if it's just those two things, they're probably not going to go in EOD. And by probably, I mean definitely. More depth to the skeletonized shapes? I think you're right. I think it needs some smaller skeletonized shapes that give it like a bit more. Play to earn. Play to earn. That doesn't mean anything to me. I don't know what that is. Play to earn. Is that... I just don't know what that is. Is that like mobile games, like adverts and stuff? Where you like watch the adverts? And you have to like watch the adverts to like get like coins or whatever? Put a targeting system on the joint between the grenade launcher and the landing point. You know what? You're a genius. That's true. Targeting laser or something. Yeah, that'd be cool. Ethan, what did you have for lunch?
Yo.
Was it soup?
So, it was some sauce left over from a takeaway food a week ago. So if I'm not at work tomorrow, that's why.
Sorry, you just had the sauce, or was there anything else?
Nah, I cooked up some rice, but the sauce is the problem bit.
Yeah, I hope it was refrigerated. That's kind of funny.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Fine. I cooked the hell out of it. So it's like you're gonna boil for like a good minute or two, and then yeah.
They just too close to the mech? I don't know. It might not be too close. I'll think about it. Maybe it needs to be pushed out a little bit further. Okay, let's see what kind of interesting shapes I can bring us here. Because I agree with Renvo. It's not fully there yet. Like it's a bit of the way there. It's like it's got some of the shapes, but it doesn't have this. It's got shapes, but it doesn't have character. Not yet. And it needs character. Okay, so like play for NFT / stablecoins. Here's the thing about that, right? I think if you're doing that, you know, this is going to make your situation like more likely to this is going to make it more likely for your game to be like unsustainable or a scam or whatever, right? Because if you're giving away these like prizes like just for playing, it's like you can't just invent money, you know what I mean? Like you can't just make money out of like thin air. Like someone at the end of the day, someone's footing the bill. So if you have these systems in your game, like the question is like, where does the money come from? And like the answer is not just like Web3, like, you know, it comes from someone's pocket. Like you just can't invent money like out of thin air. Unless you're like, I don't know, Valve or something, and then you probably print like 1,000 like CS items or something. But you can't just invent money basically. Or it's just like abstract like market speculation tends to be like where it comes from, and then that's obviously like super unstable. And then if you have a game and you have like a game and it's like objectively a good entertaining game, right? But like people are like speculating on it like in a marketing way. Like if people are doing abstract market speculation on a game and then the market crashes, the game will suffer as a result of this. Like less people will play the game or whatever, you know? And that's like obviously a bad thing, because if you just have a fun game and then it ends up like having like a market crash or whatever, like these are just, I don't know, it's weird things to add to games because it's kind of like it's not the Emperor's New Clothes, but it's something else. Yeah, exactly. Like, guys, the buyout is in 1 month, and then like 1 month later, like the entire market is like gone. Oh, thank you, Seth. That's a very nice comment. Yeah, I mean, like Toad, like a rug pull is like another situation, but I'm saying like even in like in a good faith situation, right? Like in a situation where they are not like legitimately just out to scam you, even in these situations, you're gonna be like a victim of these like abstract market forces, you know? Like this abstract speculation. Your game is just gonna become like a gamble for people. And that's just really bad. Hello, Jacob. Oh yeah, NFTs in general. I think NFTs had this like momentary had this like that's a good idea by the way, Rogue. Like releasing just like some pure like gameplay footage. We can do it after the next test. We got it all recorded. But yeah, like I think NFTs had this moment where they could have like been something, and I think what that was like ownership of like digital art for like collectors or whatever. And then that kind of just like died and like gave way to like effectively like baseball cards or whatever. Like people just making like these like NFT collections and stuff, and I don't think any of that was much good. But
I don't think anyone really like values that, you know, supposed value of quote unquote owning digital art. Like, I think people care if you're the owner. But like,
yeah,
actually,
yeah.
it's just not the same as having a physical
Well,
painting.
I
You
do
know, it's just
completely agree
not.
with you. It's kind of like
Yeah.
it didn't add anything. So like, you know, the idea is nice, but it just didn't go anywhere. Sony and Ubisoft have Web3 games. Alright. Cool. Look, here's something you need to consider, right? Value is created, like, in... it's like really... You've got me on some real bullshit I'm talking about here, but like, you know, value is created in one way or another, like through work or through like resources, um, and you know, stuff like that. You can't create value from nothing, and no one really values play, right? Like you playing a game, like isn't creating value. So why are you getting money for doing something that doesn't create value for anyone else? Like you playing this game does not create value for anyone. So if you're being paid to do something that doesn't have value, then the question is why. Like playing a game is obviously good, it's fun, it'll improve your day, right? But unless you're like live streaming it and putting a lot of effort into like making a, you know, a video or content or like something that other people can enjoy, skill is value. Skill applied is value. Skill in itself is not value. You know, a brilliant chess player playing chess in a room by themselves has no value. A brilliant chess player playing in a, you know, a top level tournament that's live streamed with sponsors and stuff is value. A brilliant chess player having a few rounds on chess.com is not value. It's
It's a
skill
good point.
applied is value.
Look at Hikaru, right? He's done a great job growing his online following,
Yeah.
but not every single top GM has got anything like that.
But if you're, you know, if you're live streaming a game and you're like taking like donations or whatever, and you're like making, you know, you're making entertainment for people, that is like skill applied, and that has value because you're, you know, at the end of the day, you're basically doing work, right? But like play alone, like even in a tournament, you know, if you're not like really like applying that like on a big level, then it's not gonna create value in any way. So if you're getting paid for this, you know, if you're getting value out, then it's like it's really asking question marks. Like, where is this value coming from? What are we speculating on right now? You guys have got me on such a ramble that I have totally lost the plot of what I'm doing with this gun.
So it looks like Web 3.0, I'm just reading this whilst stuff compiles,
Yeah, yeah,
is basically trying to integrate blockchain technology into generic internet stuff.
yeah.
Which sounds like it could be interesting.
I mean, it could be interesting, but like you have to consider the blockchain is basically like the worst database ever made, right? It's so slow. Like imagine trying to load a game, like we were talking about the mechs before, like if you wanted to load your mech, like from an NFT or whatever, or like maybe not load, but if you wanted to like edit it or change it or whatever, it's gonna take
Yeah, it's a whole
like
ordeal, yeah.
it's a whole ordeal and it's gonna like cost money because there's like processing and everything.
Yeah, I was just assuming that they're not talking about using the same sort of blockchain algorithms as like Bitcoin, etc. Like I assume they'd like make a hyper performant one.
So a database.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, if you know,
A
if it's
database without, well, yeah.
if it's cryptocurrency, it has to exist on every like client, right? I mean, look, I don't know that much about the tech, but
Decentralized is the word. It's a decentralized database, so
yeah.
no one person can come in and make any changes. Everyone needs to
Yeah.
agree on it.
So if that is the case, then it's still going to be really slow, I think.
Yeah, but I could see I could see it being possible that they make some algorithms that could do it fast. Nothing strikes me as making that impossible, but
Let's talk about what Ethan ate today. I don't know if we want to talk about his little week-old sauce misadventure any more than is necessary.
it was really spicy too. Like so spicy you couldn't really taste it too much. So I'm just like, it's probably fine.
Off the Grid is a great game on chain. Let me look it up. Is it actually a game you can play right now? Disgusting noises from Ethan. Oh dear.
This is tomorrow's problem. Today I am fed.
I tried to like make the like someone said like make a cowling around it and I'm like, yeah, well, and then I tried and I made it look like a goose's mouth or something. I'll keep that on just the bottom. This game be mostly PvE or PvP orientated, or will it be both? Both, yeah, both, basically. There's like a PvE mode where you can like drop in and you can run like co-op missions with your friends or whatever. And then there's like the main aspect of the game is like the PvP matches. So I'd say the focus is on the PvP, but it does feature both. Didn't Steam ban NFTs? I have no idea, to be honest.
I don't know.
M2 Browning cowling. Oh, wait, okay, I see what you mean. Hold on. Yeah, around the barrel. Let me, give me a second. Okay, I'm just gonna take a moment to like look here and think for a second, just because this is going all. I've been on like tangents here and everything. My focus has been broken, and I'm doing all kinds of shit with this gun that doesn't look quite like I originally planned to. Okay, so I want the tray to be a bit less thick, I guess. Okay, let's think for a minute here. Real downside of Web3, it'll get you thinking about other things and not making your 3D models. Okay, I want that gone. Okay, we're getting out the pencil here, chaps. So there's potential maybe for like something here, like we were talking about there, with like the idea for more character launcher, allow the weapon to unhook and become a turret. Kind of an interesting idea. We have this like turret potential for like the co-op mode. If the end result doesn't look anything like it started, have you truly been creative? True, true. I mean, it started in a particularly rough place because it was a very like a very like, you know, it was a very old model that looked kind of poopy. The goal was to make it look a bit like that model. That has changed, I think, since then, and we're now making something very different. Will the mechs be able to fly or jump jet, be amphibious or quadrupedal? So, amphibious in the sense that they are so tall they can walk through the water, yes, but they can't swim. But if the water is shallow enough, which it usually is on the maps, you can walk straight through. Can they fly? Not forever, but they can use certain mechs, certain chassis, have the ability to use HMKs, like high maneuverability kits, we call them. And that gives you the ability to like thrust up and jump and fly through the air for like a little short moment. There's no quadrupeds in the game yet, and they're not currently planned, but they are heavily requested, so we continue to think about it as we carry on with the original planned content.
I'm on Team Octopet. Give me the.
I think the last stream we decided that they were having like 160 legs or something. I think that was like 127 legs, something like that. Something.
Like if I program a procedural animation that can handle 8, it can handle 100.
Yeah, I think 4 appeals to me. Like having a 4-legged mech could be kind of cool.
What about a 1-legged mech?
A 1-legged mech.
Just hopping away. I don't know.
I think we've already had the Karen like glitching on 1 leg, and that was exciting enough.
That should be fixed now, by the way.
Should be. No, actually, I did see what you're doing. I do believe that may legitimately be fixed. I kind of hate these shapes here. Like, I always hate having like 45-degree angles in my models for some reason. Eh? 3.5 legs was discussed too. Minus 2 legs. You know, things have got truly crazy if we ever have mech torsos sitting on tank chassis. I'll tell you what, this design is actually pretty tough to try and figure out. I'm not super satisfied with it right now. Like, I thought it was on the right track, and now it's kind of like I've split off a little bit, and I'm unsure again. We just save this here, and then do a screenshot of this, and then delete the clean it up and see what else I can think about. Square roots of legs, imaginary legs, infinite legs. You can make one mech which looks like a Tachikoma from Ghost in the Shell. Oh, like wheelie legs. Okay, I want to start by just getting a bit... Oops. Start getting a bit like a bit more aggressive with cutting away some of these shapes. Take a step, model something else? Yeah, no. This stream will be about this today, so I'm not going to take a step and model something else, but I'm going to take a step. Just for a moment to think about what I'm doing. You ask about quadruped because in some mech games if you get a leg you lose mobility, which is true in EOD by the way, but a 4-legged mech would last longer or would have more... Yeah, it would be less affected, yeah, that's true, that's true. There's a lot of interesting justifications about 4-legged mechs. A lot of people saying like they could handle like bigger slopes and stuff, and that's probably true as well.
I like the idea, like I really do.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I think it's got legs. Ha 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 ha.
Ah ha ha ha.
Can you put banners on your mech? No, but you can put decals, and you can paint it a lot of different colors, so you can get pretty creative. Decals this playtest? Yes, yes, there will be decals. Actually, off stream tomorrow, I'm going to be doing a load of, like, creating a load of decals. Say off stream, like that's my usual like habit is to stream, but like actually the opposite. Almost every single piece of work gets done off stream. It's just the occasional like creating something new for the mechs that gets streamed. What's my number one annoyance when modeling? I don't know, that's a tough question. I like modeling. And I find it quite... I don't know, I find most of it very straightforward. Well, not straightforward, but like I find it all makes sense. I don't think I have any true annoyances. Obviously, I don't enjoy doing retopology very much, but it's all just the process. Will the mechs be able to deploy drones? Yes. We're gonna have like radar drones, camera drones, and other drones. Will there be infantry as NPCs in the game? Probably not, no. It's like mech on mech battles, pretty much. Hey, you want to squish? Hard luck, I'm afraid. This design is really tricky. I'm getting kind of caught up in it now. The blood in between your toes, man, you're crazy. Will there be different vision modes, such as night vision, heat vision, thermal vision, or infrared? Well, okay, so we would like to do it, but we will not probably be doing that one because it's really tricky to do things like that normally, and the rendering pipeline that we're using to make the game compatible with VR makes it like even more difficult. So, probably not. Even though it would be like really awesome, it's slightly beyond the scope of what we're able to achieve with our like small dev studio. In the Discord, there's actually a link to the roadmap for the game, which tells you pretty much everything that is confirmed to be put in the game right now. It is subject to change, you know, things may be adjusted or added, but
Like
it'll give you
a certain new laser weapon.
No, that's on the roadmap.
Oh, is it? Oh, I didn't
Yeah,
realize.
it is. But yeah, so the roadmap is you do see NVs in there. Oh yeah, so I think we're doing NVs. NVs are confirmed, but like other modes maybe not. This is a good way to do night vision, but like thermal vision is like the one that's really tricky. Sorry, my bad. Night vision, yes. Thermals, we would like to, but it's too challenging. World's tetrapod screech. Thermal requires swapping shaders and everything, exactly. And also you have to then figure like how are you gonna create this? Like how do you decide what's hot, right? Like do you go through onto every single thing in the game and individually paint textures for like how hot it is? Do you use angled surfaces? Like there isn't a perfect solution, especially for like a small dev team, because like the idea of like going through and like creating unique thermal textures for everything, I mean it's not possible. Like there's only one me at the end of the day. You'll happily distort yourself yelling at Jackson. I think the idea of giving the mechs a horn is pretty funny though. Like we might need to explore that a little bit. Yeah, basically only hand-drawn complicated shaders are a good solution to create thermal like visuals in games. Otherwise they're like unrealistic and unsatisfying, and that isn't good enough. So yeah, it's sadly just out of scope for the project, as much as I would love to have thermals on the mech.
For now.
Clone yourself. Well, when that tech gets invented, we're gonna get a lot of mechs. We're gonna add a lot to the game then, but until the technology catches up. But night vision we can achieve through like post-processing and like other methods. It's not nearly as tricky as doing thermal vision. Cloning yourself to do some work. That's like that new game that's come out, The Alters. I've been looking at that. It looks very interesting. So Rogue, if you want to go to the next playtest, that is at the end of July. If you go on the Steam page, you can find details about it there. You can find the details in the Reddit and the Discord, pretty much anywhere, except Twitter or the YouTube, I guess. But yeah, thanks for swinging by. Good luck with your game as well. I'll check it out like more after the stream probably. Probably look at it when I'm not making a model. Still doing it Scrimbler? Absolutely. Takes a long time to make models, especially ones for the large weapon hardpoints. I'm actually going a little bit slower with this than I'd like because I can't sell on a good design. Polish powers. Good. Yeah, I don't remember which studio it is that makes the Alters, but I do know that it's Polish, and your main guy's called like Jan or whatever. Are we gonna answer on YouTube? Yeah, we should probably do that like as soon as possible. I mean, we've mentioned it like in shorts, we just haven't put it on like a YouTube community post or anything yet. Alters 11-bit studios, yes. Well, see, I was a Frostpunk addict. That game is phenomenal, so... big hopes for the Alters. I think it's going to be a really good game. I mean, it's out, so the kind of game it is already established, but I don't know what kind of game it is, because I haven't played it yet. So I want to add some, like, ribs here onto this section, but I don't want to model them, so I'm going to do it in textures later. Just put them on the normal map. A dedicated playtest, come here, play one. Yeah, so like we did one of those in the past. It got like no views. You kind of have to make them like interesting in a way. Like, just being like, this is the game, will not like actually interest people enough to be like, I want to play. You have to be like, look at this feature of the game. But if we just go like playtest and this one, I mean, we could do it because it would be an easy video to make. But people just generally don't care when we do something like that. You love Blender, but you wish the texturing tools were better? Yeah, I just don't use Blender's texturing tools, to be honest. The first time you played Frostpunk, you stayed awake for 24 hours straight. Look, I didn't do that, but I was up till about 4 AM. That game is phenomenal. If you haven't played Frostpunk, you can pick it up on Steam on sales all the time for like $5. It's nothing, and it's just such a good game. I think it's even on the Game Pass if you have that. Can't recommend it enough. Ethan, have you played Frostpunk?
I don't think I have.
Then I don't know. What are you doing writing code right now? You got more important things to do. And rev it up.
Yeah,
But yeah, seriously, great game.
check it out.
It's, in my opinion, it is FTL level game design. It is at that.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, and it is. It's not a roguelike, but you're gonna fail your first time. I'll put it that way. You will be restarting and doing another run. Baratron wasn't bad. Baratron didn't stick with me, but I think if I had just got like multiplayer is really cool. We have put the Steam announcement out, actually. That's out now already. You can see the times on the Steam store page. You bought it twice? First nice, first time PC, yeah. I played it on Game Pass and then I bought it on Steam, so I guess I also bought it twice. Frostpunk, that is. Yeah, I think Frostpunk 2 being so different from 1, like... I didn't play 2 yet, because 1 was so perfect that 2 being really different kind of pushed me away. So I'm, like, hesitant to actually try it in case I don't like it that much. Which is a bit silly, honestly, but that is where I'm at with Frostpunk 2. Starbase. I actually do not know Starbase, Seth. I don't know what game that is. Hmm. Yeah, I think, see, something I liked about the original was, like, balancing the heat and everything so much. I thought that was really cool. And doing all that kind of stuff. And, like, you know, keeping these, like, rings and, like, building every house individually. So, like, building every region instead of building, like, individual houses. You know, it doesn't excite me, like, as much in terms of a city builder. Can I turn the music up a little bit? Yeah, I can. How are the music volumes, though? Is it good, like, comparing the voice to music volume? Is Ethan too loud or too quiet? You know, what are the levels like, generally speaking? You can't hear the music at all? Can anyone hear the music? Good ratio, but turn the BGM up. Alright, no, can do. %10% up on the music, we're fine. Okay, okay. Just have like a little noise gain. Sounds fine. GB got headphones. Okay, yeah. I'm on headphones too, so. Okay, turn the music up a little bit. Hopefully that's good. Ethan, could you say something, please? We can get your audio levels in here.
Test, 1, 2, 3. There's a lot of things I could say, and this is what I chose.
You're looking pretty good. Maybe a tiny bit quieter than me. No, you're about the same. It seems fine.
Okie dokie.
Mech looks have never really changed over the past 20 years. You're just seeing copies of copies. I don't know. I feel like they have. I feel like designs are getting better. I mean, just go look at Battletech, man. Like, go look at the way that Battletech has changed so much. It's so different to how it used to be. It's not even, like, slightly the same. I'm just trying to balance the shape of this a little bit, like, better. I'm trying to feel where things are going wrong with it. Because it isn't exciting me like it was in the first place when I was doing this design. I just think, one of my neighbors is burning garbage, I can just smell fire. They do it quite often, actually. But, basically, the design was exciting me in the first place, and now it's not, and I'm trying to figure out where things have gone wrong. When am I going to leak the stream playlist? I could do that. That smells horrible. Sorry to be distracted, but it's really bad. It smells like they're burning plastic or something. I'll post the playlist in the Discord after stream. That's something like a big mounting handle used to hold up while it attached into the mech, I guess. Yeah, that's a good idea. Hoisting points on the top would fit well. This is why it's really tough to stream designing because, like, and this is why I will probably not stream map design maybe like ever or like maybe for a long time, because like so much of the time is just spent going like, actually this kind of sucks. How can I change this to be better? And that's just like not the most engaging thing to watch. I think it's alright today because we got a bit of a base and we're all chatting, but if it was a map design, you'd watch me like pull my hair out for like 2 hours straight trying to get the perfect curvature on a hill or something. We're going, it's just not right. Yeah, moving vertices a millimeter at a time is going, That's basically what the stream is already devolving into.
Well, if people want to see the authentic art process.
Well, that is true. This is about as authentic as it gets.
Just get to the bit where it's finished and you scrap the whole thing.
Yep, yep, yep. No, I can't do that again. Please, please.
How many maps are in the graveyard?
No, we don't talk about that.
No, you just want that.
Fairly represented the work process, yeah. Authentic if nothing else. So what I'm thinking about right now is just that like there's not enough sauce when it comes to the silhouette of this weapon. It doesn't have enough interest in a silhouette kind of way. Like as a silhouette, it's just kind of too much of a block. But like all these weapons have like these amazing silhouettes that look badass. So the question is going to become, where do the changes need to be applied to like improve the silhouette a little bit? I'm just going to get a bit choppy with the booleans, I think. Thin this down. %pure blender plain pain, 1% pure Zurich. I should not have let you guys know about my Zurich obsession, but the cat is out of the bag. This is helping the design a little bit, I think. Increasing the skeletonization a little bit more. And using this like flat color view to get a feel for it. Ooh, I don't know about that. What do we think of this? Like a really like big open like flat mouth with the grenade coming out the front. It feels very... It feels like still chunky, but like it's got a bit more... It's a bit more like, you know, fast and loose kind of thing. It's like very... Yeah, look at that. It's like very... It's like a lot of different parts. That's the feeling I want. Like a lot of different parts coming together into one thing. And I think this is starting together.
Yeah, it's looking good.
Something else to happen with this bit on the back, but apart from that, we're heading somewhere in the right direction, I think. Still looks like a cannon? I think that's okay. It's a bit unorthodox as grenade launchers go, so a cannon-like appearance is alright. If a design looks good blurred, it's a good shape. Okay, hold on. I don't think I can show this to you guys, but I can blur it for myself. Yeah, that's a good technique, actually. I'll put the image up on the screen of the gun blurry, because I don't think you'll see the overlay. There you go. There's a blurry gun on the image view. So it could definitely have more, like out the sides or at the front. Keep it going. I've heard the blur technique, but I've only ever heard the blur technique like as like the flat color technique, you know what I mean? Like to see the silhouette. Like what does the silhouette look like? Yeah, barrel would like a bit on the front, I think, would be good here. Maybe a wider barrel dimension? Yeah. Playing around with the barrel, and I haven't come to a good conclusion yet of how wide exactly it should be. Good evening, Samstein. Although it is not evening for me. Grenade launcher with a silencer? No, it's like a muzzle flash device sort of thing. Like a muzzle brake. I think trying to silence a grenade launcher would only end up in explosive backlash that you would not want. Silenced grenades? Have you guys ever seen a tank suppressor? It's like the most enormous thing, and they put it down like in the field. Hang on, I'll pull up a picture of one. Yeah, check this out. So it's for like artillery tanks, whatever, I guess, when they're doing, I don't know, maybe like testing or training or whatever, I don't really know. It doesn't look viable for anything else. But, I'm not going to comment on its visage. And its general appearance.
That's something you don't want to blur and have a look at.
Yeah, if you blurred and had a look at this, you're only thinking it's one thing, I'll put it that way. Oh, it's made by Rheinmetall. Cutting edge of the military-industrial complex. Yeah, I don't think you could ever have this on an actual vehicle. I don't think you could ever even use this in a combat scenario. I think it's like exclusively for like one test that they probably did. For whatever reason.
Artillery, maybe?
Artillery, yeah, but like, I mean, even imagine trying to... Artillery needs to move, right? Like, especially like a mobile artillery tank. This was made after noise complaints from a German military base. That sounds about right. Can you destroy a mech torso or weapon system in this game and the mech will survive? Well, not the torso. The torso is like a critical component. But you can destroy a bunch of like non-critical components like weapons and other stuff. Yeah, Rinvo, I reckon that's exactly what it is. Some noise complaints about the giant military explosions. But you can destroy a bunch of mech parts, but you cannot destroy the torso without killing them because that's where the pilot's sitting and where the reactor is and everything. But you can like blow legs off, you can blow weapons off, you know, all sorts of things. Ethan, did you see the finished projectile plan that we have here?
Give the stream a moment to update. It's a little bit behind. Unless you send it to me on Discord. So.
No, I mean I can send you on Discord. I'll just send you a picture.
Yeah, okay.
There you go.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
So the idea is that like the outer part will be shedded off like when it fires, and then only the inner part will like fly through the air and then it'll burst.
That's very cool. Yeah, that'll be fun to make. To program, I mean.
Yeah, good luck. I'll just give you separate meshes and you can figure it out.
That'll be fine, yeah. It won't be too bad.
And we
So
can.
it's going to have like a little pop explosion particle in the air.
Yeah, definitely.
That'll look really cool, I think.
I think it will look really cool.
Get a little sound effect in there. Yeah.
Doesn't that essentially turn the tank into an artillery? Oh, I don't think so. Oh, any tank. I think I've completely lost the plot of what that question was even meant to be about. Sorry. I've lost the thread of conversation. Oh dear. That is true. All tanks are artillery pieces as long as the velocity of the round is low enough. That's the big difference. Add a self-destruct button. Yeah, we have it. It just doesn't work yet. I wonder if only there was someone that we could all harass to make the self-destruct button work. I mean, shame that there isn't, so I guess we just can't do that. But guys, if there was someone you could like tell theoretically to make it work. Maybe they'd be here. Maybe you should tell them. It's going to be really fun pressing the self-destruct button in VR and just knowing your fate awaits. Ethan is too busy processing the source. Alright, I don't know about that wording, expert. You might wanna rethink your wording. It's kind of like a panther with an open mouth. It's kind of a funny, like, I like... You guys seeing what I'm seeing right now? It's kind of like, ooh. It's like a big, like... Like with like the tongue like hanging out. It's like, he's totally a frog. Yes, it's a smiling frog. Even has like these like little bits here are like the frog nostrils, whatever you call them. I don't know, just nostrils, I guess. Frog.
Is this what we're going to have to call the weapon?
Well, we already had the amphibian.
Tadpole.
This is why we do not name weapons. This is why we take suggestions from you guys. Yeah, now you can see the face. It's like a screaming frog with its tongue stuck out, like no matter what. Hello, sun, man, moon fan. Welcome to this stream. You've come at an unusually froggy time as we realize that this weapon looks like an open mouth of a frog with the nostrils and eyes. Yeah, like a big tongue stuck out. You're gonna play with Tadpole. Oh god, that's funny. I mean, it's definitely staying like this now. Still works. Very hard to unsee. Good. It should be hard to unsee. This is what it is now. Yeah, I can't unsee it either. I'm just kind of staring at this. Well, guys, that's just what it's gonna be. You can't stop looking at it. Why does the gun look like a frog now? That's what we're talking about over the YouTube chat. It's like a total frog situation. Look at this drawing. Half mech, half human flesh? No, half mech, half frog. This is absolutely staying, guys. Just I hope you know that.
So did you say it has a name, or?
Well, this weapon, or what?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, we're thinking tadpole, but it doesn't have a name yet. Call it the bullfrog? Oh, that's actually a good idea. Yeah, that could be it. That could genuinely be it. Unless anyone can one-up bullfrog, I think we got a name for this thing. If we'll look on this, it'll be penetrate. It's gonna make the Shabak like the double frog. It's gonna be unbelievable levels of frog. EOD General, too. Wait, let me see. What did you post? There's nothing there. There's nothing there, expert. There's nothing in EOD General.
Our mods are that.
Oh, there it is. Live bullfrog reaction. Bullpull. I don't know about bullpull. That sounds really bad. Frogger. Frogger's good, but something like bullfrog. See, the thing about bullfrog is, it really does sound like something that a weapon system would get named. Like, someone really would call a weapon system bullfrog. Like, that would be a thing that happens. You're trying to make your own game and find a good engine to make it. Any recommendations on engines? Well, okay, so here's the thing about engines. The answer is it depends. What do you want to do? Do you want to make a 2D like platformer? Probably don't use Unreal Engine. You're gonna have a really bad time. You know, if you want to make like if you want to make a mech game, well, maybe Unreal Engine. You know, if you want to make something with multiplayer networking, like, you know, the question is, you know. You don't go like, how would I put it? It's like going, I want to make something. Which hammer should I buy? Well, what do you want to make? You know, what game do you want to make? That depends on, like, that's going to heavily influence, like, whether you should buy, like, what power tool should you buy? Like, should you buy, if you want to build a treehouse, you're going to need a power drill, right? But if you want to build like a small plastic model, you'll need a pair of tweezers. So, I mean, if you tell me more about what the game you want to make is, I can make a recommendation. But there's no one best game engine for any situation. It really depends what you want to do. It's heavily, heavily dependent. Yes, Swiss knives don't hammer nails, exactly. And the last thing you want to do is find yourself in a situation where you're using an engine, and that engine, instead of like enabling you creatively, is like defining your creative process. Because like, you know, if you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail, right? You don't want to be like in Unreal Engine and like you're like, oh, I should use an ally for everything just because it's there. You don't want to have that kind of situation happen to you. Assembler is the best game engine. PowerPoint. You say you joke about PowerPoint. I've seen a game of a pretty compelling little mini golf game built in Excel somehow. Yeah, I'd say if you want to make a 3D shooter slash psychological horror game, either Unreal Engine or Unity would do well for you. Here's a question. How similar to Fortnite is your game? The more similar to Fortnite your game is, the more likely you should use Unreal Engine, because the more of your work will already be done for you. There's a lot of like really good character controllers like available for Unreal Engine. Like if you look up on Google like enhanced character movement for Unreal, that's a good tool, you know, or like a good asset that you can use to get your boots on the ground running, stop blocking out levels and feeling things out. There's a lot of good assets available for Unity too, so either engine really is completely fine. Godot is also an option. I just can't recommend something I haven't actually tried, and I have not tried Godot. So I can't be like, use Godot, it's brilliant. I don't know if it's brilliant or not, I haven't tried it. There's a music app in Excel. That doesn't surprise me, even slightly. People will do anything in Excel. It's incredible stuff. You'll never use Unreal, surely because you do not want to support monolithic ecosystems like that. Fair enough. How would I put it, you know? Sometimes your game, like... sometimes your game needs a massive ecosystem, you know what I mean? Like, you know, we chose Unreal Engine for EOD at the beginning for a number of reasons. One is that, you know, Ethan already knew how to use it, because that's what we got trained in at university. So that was a good advantage. And another reason was... it has a lot of like really good support for like networking and stuff like that. So, you know, you can really... Unity has it too, obviously, but like Unreal is like... what were the reasons again? Like, Ethan, you can articulate it so much better than I can, because it's your domain.
Mostly for me, one of the main ones is that it's C++, and that it's an open source engine. So,
Well, it's not an open
if you are
source
familiar with C++,
engine, but, yeah. But it's an engine where you can
what's the word I'm
access...
looking for?
You have source access, but it's not open source.
Well, all the source code is there, yeah. So,
yeah.
That doesn't really matter too much in the beginning, I guess. But when you're doing more advanced stuff later down the line, being able to figure out, like, you're not dependent on documentation. You can just look at the source code and figure out what it's doing, you know. In general as well, C++ is just better, but it's more performant than other programming languages. So Unreal Engine, being in C++, it just runs better.
Right, okay, yeah, that makes sense. That articulates it pretty well.
Yeah.
Godot is nice in its modularity since it uses an abstracted OOP. I don't know what an abstracted OOP is, but it sounds kind of funny. Where each object belongs to a scene serving like a superclass. I mean, you could do that in any engine, I think.
Something that's quite interesting as well on the performance front is the internet was kind of blowing up with something called data-oriented design a little while ago. It's like a new way of programming, except it's kind of like the original way of programming. Like Unity has gone down this route because their setup is a lot more oriented for this. And what's really funny to me is the Unreal Engine guys went no, and they went the complete opposite way. They doubled down 100% the other way. And it kind of looks like Unreal was right.
That's interesting. At the end of the day, like, another thing about game engines is you can't be chasing trends because, like, you're going to be building projects for, like, months or years, you know what I mean? And the trends are going to pass, and you're still going to be using the same engine to build what you're building. So you just need something that works as it is, and not necessarily is new and shiny. Why does C++ perform better? I don't know. Ethan, do you know why? Is it just a better...
It's lower level, yeah.
Right,
so
okay.
you have more control over what the computer is actually doing, which makes it harder to use. But because you have more control, you can do more performant things. One of the other great things about C++, for me personally, is the error logs when you're using it are way more complicated, but they are very specific most of the time. So if something goes wrong, it says this specifically is what went wrong, but it's very complicated because it is. But it says specifically this is wrong, and I know I can deal with that. My experience with other programming languages is, especially C#, sometimes you just get useless error. You just get, just it didn't work, and you're just kind of screwed. Which can be very, very frustrating, especially if you have a really big project. There's lots of things going on. Like C++ does have equivalents. Like sometimes it'll just say linker failed, and you're like, great. What failed? What failed to link? And you gotta like figure out. But for the most part, I much, much, much prefer C++. For that reason.
And there's your answer. Oh, thank you, Frostbite. Well, look, I mean, if you're new to Blender, just keep going, and you will speed up, you know? It just comes with time, and I've been doing this for a ridiculously long amount of time.
DOTS seemed interesting, but I feel like proper object-oriented programming code is still going to make more sense for being fast enough. Yeah, I totally agree, Rimbo. I think you probably can extract better performance out of data-oriented design in instances. It's probably just it's just interesting.
Will we be helping form guilds to participate in competitions and tournaments? How do we see the community growing? Well, we have looked at the idea of having like a community group system, you know, they'll let you like make your own group and represent them and then enter like matches like that. What we have not looked at is like any kind of tournaments potential yet. Although the idea is interesting to us. We also haven't looked at like these are not, how would I put it, like community support. The main things we're going to be doing for that is like modding tools and also like level editor tools, right? Those are the main things for community support because that'll let people extend the game in whatever way they see fit and do whatever they want to do.
Someone asked if C++ allows you to append error messages. Yes, it absolutely does.
If you're running Blender through Steam, it tells you how much time you spent on it. Yeah, I don't run Blender through Steam there, unfortunately. So I do not know. I have a number of different Blender versions on my computer for different purposes. Different like add-ons and stuff that I may need to use at one moment but not another. And if you do Steam, it's a bit less easy to manage different versions. a tournament bracket for like a release anniversary or something could be a nice treat. Yeah, I think I actually love tournaments. I play like gaming tournaments in certain communities and stuff. So the idea is very interesting to me. I enjoy a bit of competitive play, but how to do that effectively as the developers is kind of a challenge. Not one we're uninterested in, though. I'll put it that way. It could be kind of cool to have like a... I'm going to start describing things. You guys are going to hear Ethan wince at the idea of programming them. But like a system where you have kind of like an automated tournament and then you can drop into it as your like, you know, as your like group team, whatever. And then that'll like pass out to like a leaderboard or whatever, depending on like how people place in this tournament. But like, you know, these are just speculative ideas. If it's not on the roadmap, it's more of just a thought experiment than anything else. Ethan, keep the people happy. I'm gonna go get a little bit of food. I'll be back soon.
Sounds good. Trying to find a free game engine to make a game dev club for high school. I think Unreal might be good. I don't know. Oof, for high school? Let me think. When I started, Unity was the accepted best for beginners because it was easier to program, get started with, and there was better tutorials. I'm not a beginner anymore, so I don't know how the beginner stuff has changed. But I wouldn't be terribly surprised if Unity is still quite a bit easier in the beginning. However, blueprints with Unreal are pretty good. Nothing beats... You don't have to struggle with all the syntax and specific troubles of even C# if you're just using blueprints. So maybe Unreal Engine might be better for blueprints at the very beginning. Godot definitely, since it's open source. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not super familiar with Godot myself. It's quite a... It's not new, is it? But it's newly popular. I think the other thing too is if you get pretty good at one engine, you can pretty much use all engines as well. There are differences, but in general, nothing major. Most skills will transfer. Unity definitely went through a bit of a dodgy period though, where it was like some of their stuff was not being well supported, changing things. Unreal Engines had similar times though, like between Unreal 5. Let's say 1, 5.2 up to like 5.4, 5.5, there was the engine was getting considerably buggier and worse, despite all the new stuff. Yeah, not familiar with Game Maker myself. I was straight into Unity as a little one. Stayed with Unity for several years before learning C++. Hello, the Spirit. How is the online support for Godot, especially for beginners? I've not looked into it at all. A lot of you guys seem to know about it. It wins the mascot department. It wins the mascot department. I am not a good mascot. I am not familiar with the song. This is all Nighthawk. This mascotness. Oh no.
They're not getting you with the mascot thing as well, are they?
They are, they're getting me.
There's only one mascot for this stream. Soup. Which is also today's sponsor. Soup. What do you buy soup? There was soup after all today.
Is it a week old?
No, it's fresh. And new.
Best part, by the way, I didn't finish all of it. I've still got some left over, so I'm going to eat that today as well. Before I find out tomorrow if that was a problem.
Today's sponsor is not Zurich, it's soup. You're absolutely right, by the way, Taryn. And Harrison makes amazing music. Anyway, I'm just eating my soup. Modelling will continue shortly once the soup has been finished. Soup! You know, you get all those Twitch streamers who have like hydrate set up as like one of the things. It's like, remember to drink water. Have the streamer drink water. I think we could just have like eat an entire bowl of soup as like a points reward. Although the only issue is I don't have soup readily available, so there will be no soup reward.
I'll be right back.
Alright. Bon appetit. Soup. Getting through the bowl now, nearly there. Modelling will resume shortly. You want to eat fish soup? I don't know, branch out a little bit. Try some like minestrone or some like meat soups or vegetable soups or something, or like split pea soups. Don't say the final T. Final T in what? Yo, cannon! It's a grenade launcher. I mean, it kind of say cannon, but it's like a weird grenade launcher. If I was like a bundle of like 5 grenades that then like splits apart in midair, it's a pretty weird thing. It's like half cannon, half grenade launcher. We call it the bullfrog because it looks like a frog screaming. Oh, bon appetit. Oh, right. Oh, bon appetit. Okay, I don't know. I'm not French, so. If you think that's bad, you should find out how I used to pronounce Grand Prix. Look up the spelling and you'll figure it out.
Yo.
Hello. Yeah, you figured it out, Kiji. This is breaking your baguette in half. Yeah, you did mention you're French, actually, aren't you? The soup is nearly finished. Okay, soup is finished. Work can resume on the bullfrog. It's taking a while to get this design. So I'm not gonna lie, the bullfrog may not be finished today on stream. But if it's not finished today, I'll finish it off stream probably tomorrow and then post the results to Discord for everyone to see. But that's cool, Rod, that you want to do like translation. So we will be doing something with localization, and we'll probably we haven't like 100% figured out how we're gonna do that yet. I feel like I say this all the time, but like just keep an eye on the Discord and like on our channels, and then we'll announce like localization. We want it in like as many languages as possible. We just haven't figured out exactly the technical aspect of doing that yet. And like, you know, figuring out who's going to be the translators for each language, or is it going to be like community driven, etc, you know. So just, you know, keep an eye out, basically. You know, Kiji, I think you'd have a lot. I think you'd have a lot of. Sorry, Ethan, carry on.
After you know.
I was gonna say to Kiji that if you want to be the Polish voice of the Mech, you might have some real competition, because a lot of Polish people in the Discord recently, I found out when I posted the Mayo, and there were many reactions. Anyway, Ethan, what were you gonna say?
I found the issue of the jitter that we were getting in the mechs with the new input system.
What was it?
The camera spring arm, how the rotation leg was messing with it.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you got a bounce, Terran? That's cool though. Thanks for swinging by. I'll see you around.
See you, mate.
Yeah, that was a tough documentary, ID2K. This is a real bad time in the UK. Ethan is saying he saw 28 years later, and he hopes everything's alright in the UK. I actually want to watch that movie. I heard someone said it was bad, and then someone said it was good. And if that happens, it might actually be very interesting to see what it is, because you get a bit of contrast. You can translate English to Romanian, but you might be the worst voice actor known to man. You know, fair. Voice acting is a really hard skill. It's something we haven't got voice actors for Yoda yet, although we do want them for certain aspects, like like round announcers and, you know, things like that. What engine do we use? Yeah, we use Unreal Engine. The first third of the movie is great. Yeah, people were saying that as well. Like, they were saying they like falls off like after halfway or whatever. So I'm interested. Because if a movie has a bit of a debate about it, it stands a better chance, I think, of being more memorable. And memorable is usually, you know, at least it means something. At least it made you think and feel, you know. It wasn't just total pap. What are we making today? Okay, so we are making... Okay, so it started out as a grenade launcher, and now it's turned into kind of like a canister launcher that fires a canister that then splits into 5 different grenades at whatever target you shot at. You assumed, but you were hoping for Godot. Why were you hoping for Godot? I guess maybe you're an advocate of the engine or whatever, but I don't think Godot has the... I don't think Godot even has like a proper multiplayer framework in the engine by default, so it'd be really hard for us to use that. This game will not look that good in Godot. I don't know much about Godot's rendering. I'm sure it could look fine in Godot. I'm sure it could look much the same as it looks anywhere else. You're having a nice cafe latte, well, you enjoy. Difficult for multiplayer, great for 2D. Well, this is a 3D game, so... I think that might be a bit difficult. We might lose an aspect of the game there if we went to Godot. Your serious question. Ask it. What is your serious question? You think Unreal... Speaking is difficult there. You think Unreal Engine defaults are awful? Yes. I agree. Well, I don't know. I actually think Unreal Engine defaults are fine. But here's the thing. They're not fine for everything. They're for certain things. They're not for everything. They're probably not for you. They're definitely not for EOD. So... You know, the question is, what should you have it set as, right? It's not like what's good or bad. You guys are chatting really quickly. I'm losing track. Are we planning on making the PPT2, the PPT1, but then 2, and then PPT... No, whatever that is, we're not doing it. When you guys do the videos for trailers and stuff, you just wing it or prepare a storyboard and stuff? Yeah, we write scripts and storyboards to figure it out. The Unreal Engine defaults aren't fond of me either. That's fair. I can beef with the Unreal Engine default settings. They're not very good for most projects. Oops. Goodbye, ammo feed. I want to make this into a cloth. I think it'll be cool. Yeah, by the way, 1030 Gaming, what you're saying about adding a bit of fog to the maps, very accurate. We had a bit of a issue with our rendering that stopped us from adding fog for now. But that is going to be fixed, like, really soon. And then we'll be able to add more like atmospheric effects and stuff to maps. It should be pretty exciting. That was probably the most look at this. That's that cloth sim does nothing like this. I need to configure it. Okay, maybe I need to sculpt it. A 2D pixel mech game would go hard. Yeah. I mean, I probably would, but there's like so many of those. already. Like, there's like a lot. If you want to play a 2D pixel art mech game, there's like a lot of those already available. There's one, I don't remember what it's called. It's called like Quarry Assault or something. That was pretty cool. That was a cool game. At least visually. I haven't played it. So yeah, I don't know. We just want to do, to make it easier for ourselves, we want to do something that hasn't already been done, like, as much. Because then we have less competition. Did he have your back? Probably not. It's our secret weapon. You're hoping UD will be like Battletech the game? Do you mean like the board game? Because it's not going to be like a board game. It's not going to be turn-based or top-down or anything like that. Do we knowingly not add the Discord link on our YouTube page bio? Nope. We do not do that. There should be a link to the link tree, and it'll be on there, and that's the way we do it. But if we've done that wrong, then I'll just go through and I'll fix it. Plans to have more weather effects. Yeah, there's actually a lot of plans for that. If you check the roadmap, it's available on the Discord. You can see what weathers we plan to have per region. So you can read about the desert, and we want to have like sandstorms in the desert. And we want to have other stuff here and there as well. So yeah, you can read about that. There's a lot of weather effects planned. Fog, rain, snow. All the good stuff. Quebec is what made the game the most popular mech game ever. I feel like it's kind of our urban mech, you know? It's like our little adorable trash can mech. Is it right for the cloth sim to have increased pull? I guess. You could set up like some wind or whatever. But I've just sculpted it. It was easier. And we do like easier. The link tree you don't click. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, maybe we'll change it then. We could add a Sabo effect to the canister. Yeah, I think Ethan's definitely going to do that. I think that's what he was talking about being excited about earlier.
It's very cool. I love seeing them split off.
No curb the herb. That'll do. Kind of looks a bit abstract and weird, but to be honest, for an internal cloth component, I think it's just fine. And I wouldn't want it to sag too much, so I'll make it sag a little bit more. Yeah, that'll do. Could add the edge seams to it as well. Oops.
Getting the hunger again.
Again?
The hunger for weak old sauce.
More sauce?
Yeah.
You can't take anything, your body's not strong enough. It'll kill you!
Strong enough.
It'll kill you! How do we do the cloth? I just did it with a blender, like cloth brushes. They're pretty handy for little pieces like this. They're relatively simple. Well, we love you guys being here at E2K. It's great fun, honestly. It's also very like productive, although I feel like I actually might not get this finished today, and it might end up being a off-stream finish just because it's taken a long time to get good design. I couldn't get it ready quick enough. You guys still think about how to calibrate the Pelican? Yeah, especially after the feedback we got back from that video. It's an ongoing thing. We'll just do it till it works. What is that tool that does a double offset edge loop? It's just bevel. How to keep the topology intact with a brush? Just don't turn on dynamic topology. Any ideas for when the game will be released? Not publicly announced yet, neither is how much it will cost. But if you keep an eye on the roadmap, then you can see the dates for the upcoming Steam Next Fest, where we will be featuring the game as a demo. And you can see the date for when the next public playtest is going to be. where everyone can jump on and play. So there's plenty of playing opportunities coming up, but the release and the price are not announced yet. But I promise you, it'll be a very reasonable price. We're not going to be charging you an arm and a leg here. It's not free, but it's going to be a pretty good price. Gun 2, Ethan says, don't let the sauce seduce you, soup is the way. Why is that one foot of the German? Oh, we were just talking about tank suppressors earlier, and they're rather unusual shapes. Potentially suspicious shapes, even. But yeah, the tool that does the double offset edge loop is just bevel. If you just select an edge and bevel it on a flat surface, you can do any number. And then you can, like, you know, you can slide it with, like, the double G or whatever. You can just be kind of freeform with your hard surface. That's an interesting idea, Rod. It would translate weirdly cool into VR. That's a good idea. Yeah, we're really, really excited to have the VR ready. I mean, Ethan's less excited, he's got to actually program it. But I'm excited to just get this thing, it'll magically work, and I just get to play it. And I go, oh, this is great. Change this, and you'll go, alright. Do you have the second barrel component on a slider restraint to make it... That's a really hard to read the word. Reciprocal, whatever. No, it's just going to be like a one barrel on this thing. I think that makes the most sense. Probably, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. You lift the balance of PPT 1 and 2. No one wants to do that. Especially PPT 1. PPT 1 balance was egregiously bad. Especially with the map things that I did of having like the crazy sniper spots. What's my honest opinion on the potential fan-made EOD wiki? It's probably fine, like, if people want to contribute to that, who are parts of the community. We will just do it through the game itself, but if people want to make a fan wiki, that's up to them. If they post anything, like, if anything really bad ends up on the wiki, like, if you guys post something weird or whatever, we might ask for some, like, restraint there, but I don't imagine you're going to do anything outrageous. Like, I'm not officially approving it, but I am saying that, like, if you don't do anything, like, you know, I mean, you know what's reasonable. As long as nothing unreasonable happens, I think it's fine. And obviously it's like a fan thing, it's not official, so ultimately you can do what you want to do. Centrifugal, we are absolutely in Blender. Grenade canister rounds, yes. 5 of them in a canister, and they'll get launched at the front, and then they'll split apart. You know, in the decent VR mech games, you know, Vox Machina and Iron Rebellion. There's also, you know, there's the my brain is shut down for today. There is also Overlord, which is pretty cool. That one's a real mech simulator. Is this an impact weapon, or is it scattering them? It's scattering them, and then they're gonna hit the target, and they're gonna blow. So development standpoint, what's your opinion on simplifying models / geometry and using UVs to displace detail versus base model detail on simpler textures? I don't know. Use it when it's appropriate. When the level of... I don't know. I mean, just the level of detail should be like proportional to what you're doing, I guess. You shouldn't be throwing a million polygons and you shouldn't be throwing no polygons. It's just, I don't know. It's a tough question. I mean, like for EOD, we don't use any displacement. But like, it just really is about what is the project you're building, you know? My favorite VR mech game. Yeah. The soup may not be enough to keep me strong here today, guys. We'll see how long this can last. I don't think we're having an 8-hour stream today. We did that other day. That was a fluke, but this one's probably going to be like 5 hours tops. Music's too calm. It's not helping the sleepy vibes. What we got? Skip video to get something with a bit of punch to it. Yeah, there we go. What is that emote that you posted, Scrimble? I can't even like see what it is. This is the hook used to hang the Velican on the Christmas tree. This was meant to be like the hoisting point hook, but I'm just like hitting a wall slightly. I'm looking at some reference on Google while I do it, just try and get it right. But see, the thing is, now we're talking like bullfrog. I really want to keep the froggy look to it, but I don't want to have these hoisting points look bad. So, oh, it's a troll. Okay, okay. So I'm just going through the process here a little bit. The soundtrack's so good it's escaping the music bar. Yeah, there's like no way for me to like confine the text to the music bar effectively. No, but you need to understand here, okay? These hoist points, they could be added anywhere, but they're added here specifically so it looks like a frog. There's a very it's a I'm losing the ability to speak here, gang. It is a carefully thought out procedure. Frog. Return to frog. Yes. There we go, that's still pretty froggy. Although these should, technically speaking, probably be lying down like this. Makes it a lot less froggy and a lot less visually interesting. So I could try a different kind of more like fixed attachment point, but the problem is they usually aren't fixed. They're usually quite loose. So they'll hang flat until the time comes when you want to pick something up, and then they'll like dangle off the hoist point. So it's pretty tricky to figure this one out, but I will get it. I will figure this one out. I suppose I could just have it like... I could just have it be like a loop like this, almost, maybe. And it's like welded on. Yes. Okay, I think we might know what we're going for here. There are cameras with sensors for the total eyes. Yeah, it just doesn't make that much sense that a weapon would have sensors on it, but it does make sense that they would have hoisting points. So... these ones are just like so eye-like in their nature, but I don't like how they look at all. But I refuse to give up the frog. Welding on is so much better. Yeah, I think this can work. Let me just sink this down into here. Frog. Yeah, no, don't worry. I'm gonna add some welding. I've got an add-on for it. Watch this. There you go. Check that out. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, Rob. I feel very at peace. No one has added a back to the screen for quite a few minutes now. Still farming for the draft at 1v1, 2.2k points away. That's a lot of points. How many is it for? Okay, so you have 800 points. Ooh, don't you just want to add your back to the screen? Ooh. Let's think about it. That's 800 points right there. Ooh. The mag is also hoist loaded. It's a mech. Everything is hoist loaded. We're hoisting everything. We're putting cranes on our cranes at this point. You know, the real scary ones, Kiji, are the ones on Twitch who are watching and not saying a word, accruing points that they could activate at any minute. Is it points? Yeah, it's points, yeah. Those are who you should be afraid of. Cranes with cranes that have little cranes to crane that crane so it can crane to crane up the crane so it can load your ammo. Exactly. And it can probably polish and shine your mech's shoes while it's at it. Oh, it's actually polygons. Yeah, of course, of course. Anakin with the drip shoes. I have a bit of an interesting idea here, I just need to execute it correctly. The barrel screams potato gun. I mean, if we didn't already have a name for this thing, that would be leaning in the right direction.
Spud cannon.
Spud gun. Or maybe just simply Spud. Can you team in PvE, get codename tags to call each other? Okay, so, I mean, this is like, I guess, a bit of a joke, but we do want to have like a system of like identifying enemy mechs. So like, you know in Counter-Strike when you're playing that game, it's like blue and red and stuff. We want to have a way of like, so a mech, when it gets like registered, when we have the data link, it'll get given like a tag that everyone on your team will see as the same thing. And then you can call out enemy mechs like via their tag or whatever. Did get my answer to your question? What was your question? I must have missed it. Can you get in-game, in-team PvP like code and text? Yeah, no, I did answer that question. I'm just saying, like, we do want to do something like that. So you can, like, name things. It wouldn't necessarily be, like, for RP or whatever, but, it would be, like, a system of identifying enemy or friendly mechs just by, like, a tag. Like in Counter-Strike, how you have a color. Do you have in-game chat? Yeah, there'll be in-game voice chat. And text. There's already in-game text chat. Cross-team comms or just friendly? Yeah, just friendly. Cross-team comms probably would not be included for player sanity reasons. Like, if you ever played Counter-Strike when they had the moment where you could voice chat the other team for like 5 to 10 seconds between like round swaps, you could voice chat with the enemy team. That was, I mean, gamer moment does not even begin to describe some of the things that people would say in those switchover moments. It was total chaos. And I don't know, for some reason they just don't have it anymore. I can't put my finger on why. For that, you gotta use the sacred phrase heated gamer moment. Yeah, absolutely. Like, unreasonably heated, I would say. But it did, well, look, I don't know how to word it, but like, it was awful, but like, it was funny that like, things were like that, you know? Like, they just made it like, you know, just like, oh yeah, we could just like, let this like happen. Like, it's so different to the way that like, most systems and stuff are now. Not that it's actually better. But it's definitely different. The soundboards during the crossovers, yeah. I think we live in a more civil age of gaming now, where such things would not be. Oh, well, you know, it's kind of weird because, like, we don't... I don't think we actually do. Like, we actually are not any more civilized, but there's more expectations for like moderation and stuff. Like, for example, like one reason why we don't want to have like completely custom decals in the game is because like we couldn't moderate that. Like, it wouldn't be possible, and the player experience could be really hurt by that. If you're seeing like outrageously sexual or explicit or like racist or whatever, and like decals in the game, that'd be really bad. And we wouldn't be able to reasonably moderate that if we had custom decals. Are there going to be stickers for you? Yeah, there's a bunch of like pre-made decals that you can put on your Mech. Will there be any sort of comms jamming feature? Probably not, no. Because the thing is, like, if your game's communication is worse than third-party platforms, people will just move to those platforms, as ID2K points out, unfortunately. So it does spoil the fun of it a bit. The limited options there, but it's just the way it is. Decals will be super silly. We think it'll be okay enough because we're restricting like what decals you can get. But if you can make any decal, it'd be interesting. I'll put it that way. It would be a Wild West, that's for sure. I had so much confidence that putting this like hood over this part of the weapon would look good. And now I've done it and I'm like, well, it's alright. I think I'll keep it. Frog nade launcher decal, that could be fun. Let's see if I can improve this a little bit because I'm not 100% happy with it. Mech sonas, alright, too far. Come on, back it up. We've crossed the line. Are decals conforming to an art style? Kinda, I guess. They're like, they conform to the art style of like they're trying to be feasibly possible, I suppose. They're trying to look like they were really painted on a Mech. That's the art style, I guess, in that regard. Why do you have to do we cross the line on the beach roll? Yeah, Rod, I mean, I don't know what it would be about the wiki, but if it's something that requires some kind of, I don't know, whatever, like privacy or whatever, I guess you can DM us. I probably won't reply until after stream. Or like later on today, but yeah, if you need to DM us, you can DM us. Otherwise, I mean, you can, if it's not like private, whatever, you can just ask it like here. And I'll give you an answer. Yeah, we already did one, like, teeth mouth decal, and we've done a couple of eyes already. I want to do a bunch more, because they're really fun. Will there be more mechs in the next playtest? There will be one more mech in the next playtest. And several more weapons, and new components, and quite a lot of stuff, actually. But yeah, like Kiji pointed out, you can check the roadmap, and it'll all be there. Alright, good luck with your test, I guess. Yeah, you know, ID2K, that is one of the sentences of all time, and I'm definitely not going to read it out. You need angry eyes, not just round fishy ones. Well, we also have like a slanted eye, or not like a slanted eye, but like an eye with a flat top. It looks a little bit angry. Where's the ejection port, or is it caseless? Oh my god, guys, I forgot the ejection port. Okay, I'm going to put it like down here somewhere, or like here. It's going to be here. It's going to be like right here. Probably a good idea to slam the roadmap in the description. I agree. Let me go get that, let me go get that link out the Discord. Is the canister not fire wholly? No, it just fires like the center part out. Okay, I can't I can't easily find the description editing tool on YouTube. It's a bit of a mess, the UI, so I'm just gonna pin the roadmap. I should probably claim what it is actually. Let me unpin that and go roadmap. And then pin it.
And for more souls. Be right back.
Oh god, he's doing it. Oh, it's bloody hell. It's a whole thing. Okay, I'm gonna pin the mess like that. Oh my god, I'm fucking everything up here. Holy shit, YouTube is glitching. I mean, you guys can't see this, but the thing on my screen is like constantly popping up. Okay, I think I unpinned and pinned the message about 50 fucking times there. Yeah, so like thirsty. Okay, here's the thing. Like what I was talking about before, we want to spend every penny we have to spend on EOD in the most effective way possible. And the URL for the Notion website by default was Thirsty Motorcycle. And it was actually a not small payment to get it changed to like the URL of a choice. And we just thought like, you know what? It's not worth it. We thought, fuck it. Genuinely, it's going to be Thirsty Motorcycle and we'll spend that development money better somewhere else. Okay, I think... And after realizing the magazine doesn't quite match size-wise... Let me just think about this for a minute, because I've kind of messed up. And I've done it live. So you think we should change our dev company name to Thirsty Motorcycle? Is that what you're saying? It's kind of a funny name, to be fair. Motorcycles of Thirst. I'm struggling now to think about this because I've accidentally cornered myself with the ammunition size conundrum with this unusual shell. And then like this barrel size being so big. How do we get the name Engines of Destruction? It's a secret, but real ones know. If you're a really big Mech fan, you'll know how we got the name. You'll know where it came from. If you dig deep in Mech shit, you'll find out. You'll find out. Also, I just saw the frog gun decal drawn in the Discord. It's beautiful. You'll pay me 7,000 soup cans? I don't want canned soup, I want fresh soup. Sizing the ammo for the belt, your autism is phenomenal. Okay, look. I need to figure this out because scale is important and the game needs to feel immersive.
Oh, that's good sauce.
Well, it might be good sauce. We're gonna find out if it's good sauce. It is nothing to do with Transformers, I'll tell you that much. People asked where the name EOD comes from, and I told them it's a secret, but if you're a real Mech fan, you know. Freshly canned soup. No. Soup has to be freshly made in a pan by throwing a load of soup components in there. Luca returns from the sauce prison. I don't think he's in the sauce prison yet. I think that comes tomorrow.
It's called the toilet, yeah.
He's not just eating sauce, he's eating sauce and rice. It's like one step better than just eating sauce. Here's one little game developer factoid. You never stop eating like a university student. John Engine and John Destruction. So the players are considered pilots in the game. Yeah, they are. They're pilots. They're the Mech's pilots. Quite crazy, but I think the whole weapon could be scaled up a little bit more, like just in general. Like it could just be larger, like as a whole unit. I'm gonna do that. You feel like Maya is primitive compared to Blender. I see people make AAA level stuff in Blender, like the pros do in Maya, but a fraction of the time, what does Maya have that Blender doesn't? I don't know, I don't use Maya. You're asking the man who's only ever used Blender at any major capacity for as like a DCC tool. What's good about Maya? I don't know. Definitely something's good about Maya, as people keep using it, but I don't know what it is. Don't ask me, man. There's more short range with the weight of the projectile bundle. Yeah, this would be a more short range weapon. Yeah, the sub grenades, that's what I was thinking about. They're just too small. You gotta scale the whole thing up a little bit. Make it meaty. Let me get a minigun for scale so I can tell what I'm doing here. Decals on weapons. Ethan, is that possible? Decals on weapons?
Not right now, but could be.
Could be. Would be good. How tall / big is the average mech on average? About 10 meters tall. Okay, there's a minigun for size comparison, which is like a huge weapon. And I do want this to be a little smaller. Yeah, size-wise, it's not bad, I think, with this increased scale. The canisters maybe feel a little bit too small, though, still. Oh yeah, like barrel mechs would be like really cool. Like sorry, barrel mechs, yep. Looks like I'm forgetting how to speak. No, barrel decals would be really cool that says like Smasher or whatever on it, I don't know. Trouble. The roadmap is not on your website yet. We don't update the website much, to be honest. It's mostly via social channels. That's where people find stuff. That's where people look for stuff, so we just leave it all there. Yodi has a website? Kinda. It has a page on our website as developers. Scale the sub-munitions off the barrel of the minigun? I'm just thinking for a minute. Because if this thing was firing like a single projectile, it would look pretty good right now. But because of the sub-munitions, which are like the exciting part of this, it's like a bit too small. This is such a design challenge, like genuinely. There's no way this model's getting finished today. It's going to be a 2-day situation. A barrel that says it has per my last email, that's good. Do you need to go through the Discord to access it? No, you can find it on a Steam announcement as well. The roadmap is also pinned at the top of the chat, like right now. The link is like right there, so. The large minigun is 60mm and the small launcher's nades are 40mm, quite a paradox. Yeah, we're trying to talk about the scaling issues. And by we, I mean me. At least until I fix them. I could return, you know, to like the vertical stacking. Maybe.
You know, my stomach is producing a sensation, but I think that's just the spice.
Oh no. If you know why I'm playing this music, Ethan, you know exactly what it is.
I know.
Well, if the people know, if you know, if anyone knows. E. Presenting to the emergency room, complaining about stomach cramps.
The small price to pay.
I think this might be the wrong one for the presenting to the emergency room. Is it this one? No, it's not this one.
Oh, chubby new, yeah.
Yeah. I think it's this one. Yeah, this one. Here we go. E. Presenting to the emergency room, complaining about stomach cramps and unusual bowel movement. But what has he done here? Turns out he's suffering from saucemia. Sauce meaning sauce, emia meaning presence in blood.
Hypersaucemia.
Hypersaucemia. This is where like not a single person on the stream has ever seen a chubby emu video and they just think I'm crazy. You just tabbed out for a minute, expert. No, you missed a bit. You missed me doing a bit about Ethan's sauce consumption. What game engine do we use? We use Unreal Engine to build EOD. How many gorillas to kill one mech? 100. This man has consumed weak oil. That's not what Chubby Emu sounds like. He doesn't sound anything like, this man. That's like an old, like, British geezer. What does Chubby Emu sound like? I don't remember, and I don't think I could do a good impression of, like, any kind of American accent.
It's like serious and dramatic.
Yeah, it is. It's like... presenting to the emergency room. Complaining about blah blah blah. I just can't do it. I know I'm a serious voice in that kind of tone, especially like an American accent. It's not a possibility for me. I'm totally fucking stumped about what to do with these projectiles, Ethan, because the little ones just feel too small. But like, based on the size of the barrel in the magazine, which is about right and about how I want it, it's tough.
Do you think the projectiles themselves are too small?
Yeah, like the sub projectiles inside these casings.
Too small for what? Like
Just for the
being
vibe.
realistically explosive?
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
You're basically not gonna see them. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't know. You might a little bit. There's something I like
think
about
they
There's something I like about the grenade launchers that you do actually see the projectiles flying through the air.
Yeah. Honestly, I think it's good.
Genuinely, how many gorillas to kill a mech? Because, like, in close quarters combat, if they were, like, really motivated, maybe, like, 20, right? But, like, at long range, 1,000 gorillas couldn't kill a mech with miniguns.
Well, if a gorilla like climbs on the mech can't do anything really.
Exactly. So, at that point, the gorilla's got, like, free range to start, like, ripping the radar off and just, like, prizing the hatch open.
Yeah. New
Sheer-
DLC coming to EOD.
Guerrilla Wars. Guerrilla Wars this summer. Your mech won't be safe anymore. Four wide ones and a column work as grenades. Yeah, I'm thinking about that. Thinking about a lot of things. I'm not sure. This is a tough design. I feel as the mech kill as many as there's ammo. Only in long range, right? If they climbed on the mech though, like Ethan was saying, it's game over.
Fixed the looking down bug, yay.
I think the 100 like men versus one gorilla thing though is like people are vastly overestimating how much a gorilla could do against 100 men. Like 100 men is a lot of men.
Yeah. Well, do you guys get like a rock or what?
I think you just get like what's in the environment, and let's just say like even if you're in a jungle, that's like a lot of sticks and a lot of rocks, and like you could go to business. Like there would be casualties, but I think the 100 humans would win with probably like less than 15 casualties.
I would say more than 15, but I reckon
I know,
it's a lot of energy exertion.
I think the first wave,
people...
like 15 guys in like the first wave, like the first layer of humans to hit the gorilla might die. But like after that, the gorilla's gonna be like, gonna be whacked with rocks and like poked with sticks and just generally wailed on. So like as much as they may kill like the first 15 guys, you bet that your dev team could kill a gorilla. Yeah, if you gave me a shotgun. Yeah, I mean, look, I think the fact that humanity has become the dominant species on the platform attests to the fact that 100 guys can kill a gorilla. Otherwise, we wouldn't be the dominant species. We would have lost.
I mean, we hunted mammoths.
Yeah, exactly. In like packs of like 25 people, we hunted mammoths with sticks and stones. Can we add RWR? It's already there. It's already there. There already is RWR.
I'm still hungry, but I'm out of sauce.
That's a pretty good thing.
Well, because I ate it all, but hey. I'll be right back.
when you fight the 1,000, you do so one at a time, but you must do so quickly. Yeah, but not if like 5 guys come at once, right? Like the 1,000 gets to choose the conditions a little bit, I think. So you could send like 20 guys onto the gorilla at once, and then have 80 guys like standing right behind, ready to like pile in. Because you know, you can get wailed on by like 10 guys at once, I think. Especially if you have like a, you know, a gorilla has a larger body than a human, so there's more capacity, there's more surface area to hit with sticks. I'm losing the plot because I don't want to have to solve this design problem I'm having. If a mech had melee, it could probably kill endless gorillas. Yeah, like BT from Titanfall could definitely kill infinite gorillas. Like, no question about it. Like, he'd be killing gorillas till he ran out of battery. Who has promised you a jungle map? Because it isn't me. So maybe like 4 like this, has some legs. You bet most of our player base is made up of War Thunder players and DCS players? Probably true, yeah. People talk about War Thunder a lot. People talk about DCS less, but still quite a lot. Urban jungle, yeah, now that I could probably do. How many humans with only a pistol would it take to kill a mech? I don't think any number of humans with a pistol could kill a mech, because the pistol would be wholly ineffective. Unless they could climb up and get in the hatch, which would already be locked, because the hatch locks on your D-Max. It's part of the startup sequence, you lock your hatch. I don't think they could do it. Yo. Hello. We're discussing many hypotheticals. Yeah, if they could wait the pilot out, then maybe. We're talking, how many humans with pistols would it take to kill one mech? Like, could 100 humans with handguns do it?
The mech have a minigun.
The mech has a, yeah, like, it would not, the humans would not last very long. I feel like there isn't a human in the mech, but like, you know, infantry on foot.
Like, if they've got one crux, you are not going to be able to kill them all before they get to you, and then once they're like on you, they're on you.
Yeah, but like, being, how good is being on you? Because like, imagine trying to climb up a mech, like, it's just not gonna, that's not ending well for you, like the people trying to climb up. It's not gonna be a good solution for them to try and kill you.
If you can get on the mech, there's stuff you can do, but there's nothing the mech can do.
Yeah. Well, like, okay. You climb on the mech, it starts walking at 60 kilometers an hour. How are you gonna hold on?
Good point. Yeah, maybe there's nothing.
So while we've been discussing the logistics of trying to climb up a mech, I've been looking at some other options here for reference, and this canister shot round has given me some ideas. So potentially you could have it like there's a sort of tube inside here, and then the mech's like casing goes like the rounds casing goes around like this, and then there's like your explosive filler around here, and then in here there's like 5 grenades, and then this sort of tube bit gets shot out. Yeah, you'd need like the humans would do better with like a power saw or like an arc torch or something, or like whatever it's called to against the mechs. They do better with that than they would with like a handgun, I think. Like power tools would be more effective for like trying to get in. Because ultimately it would be about getting in, right? Assuming they don't just have like tank rocket launchers or whatever. Triplex round. Okay, I'll try that out. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah. You guys inspired by Mech Warrior? Absolutely, we love Mech Warrior. It's so cool. Yeah, this triplex stuff is interesting. Couldn't the mech step on the humans? Probably, yeah. And that would be a real tough one for the humans to contend with. You think drones would be good for your game? Plus you could add SPA AMX, but later. Yeah, we wouldn't probably add like a special, like there's a few things that we are adding drones, but like we probably wouldn't add like a special SPA mech because we're gonna have like SPA weapons which you could fit onto any mech, right? Okay, this is the round I'm thinking of. This is giving me the feeling I want from this design. It's like slightly conventional, but like slightly unusual at the same time. And then out the end, we can just throw something like this and be damned how big it is. Like we can make it bigger than reasonable. Yeah, that'll do nicely. Do mechs have boiling vessels? Yeah, every mech has a boiling vessel except the PBR. It was declared into EOD lore earlier. If Bethesda made this game, they wouldn't even think about all this ammo / magazine stuff. I don't know. Slander with the game developers. They do other things well. People made a lot of points about the guns in like Star Field, and I'm just like, well, yeah, but like at the same time, they're doing what they can do, you know. They're doing their best. And the gun still looked cool, even if like technically parts of them didn't make that much sense. Yeah, they did look pretty neat. And they had cool animations, unless you look too close. Yeah, I think we found a good enough point ID2K, and we're at it now. No, I'm just like curious if it would look good with a bigger magazine. The answer is maybe. I think the answer is yes. I think it does look good with a bigger magazine. Then I have to increase the whole block size and everything. No, we're gonna keep it as is. Well, maybe a little bit longer. Just bulky enough, I think, when it's sitting out too far. Yeah. I like it more when it's not square and it's got a bit of length to it.
Where's the ejection port?
Oh shit, I forgot to put it on again. It's gonna be here.
Where's it gonna be?
Here.
Oh yeah, sorry, the stream's delayed. My bad.
The back needs stretching a bit. Yeah, you might be right about that, you know. Yeah, it's gonna drop out the bottom. I think it's got a decent silhouette. With that back extension on. Like without it, it's a bit flat, but then once you put that on, it's got something to it. So I'll lengthen the back out a little bit. Give it some more. Yeah, I don't think we could convince the Ministry of Defense. However, it would be cool. I'm not gonna lie, it would be very cool to record some sounds live. But yeah, tough one. That I don't think. As I say that, I can hear I can hear a jet flying past my house. I'm not even joking. But if we could convince them to let us, that would be pretty cool. But I don't think that's too likely. They've heard I'm talking about them and they've sent a Eurofighter with my house. Yeah, the tutorial definitely does need an update, and it will be getting one. Will it be for the next playtest? That I'm not certain of, but it will be getting an update. How's your work going, Ethan?
Yeah, getting there. It's going to be time to build up new servers, which is very slow.
A mech modeling a mech. John Connor was right all along. Yeah, it's pretty much how it goes, turning. We're all mechs around here. Even you just haven't realized it yet. Is this game self-funded? Not really. It's funded by the many generous members of the Patreon who keep me and Ethan fed on snacks and keep the lights on. I mean, a lot of it we do fund ourselves with our savings and whatever, but the patrons are the real ones who are funding the game. To forget the ejection port, I've almost forgotten this ejection port like 5 times in a row at this point. Let me do it right now, otherwise it's going to get forgotten about. Yeah, the patrons, they're pretty cool guys. They fund the game, they help us test the game. They hang around, they come to the Q&A stuff, like, yeah. They are the, what do you call it, like the, what's like a funny phrase, like shareholders or something, like the, if it's not done out of me, yeah. You know, normally I would do a live stream, like, how would I put it, like, if I'm just, like, feeling, like, very up for it, I'd be like, you know what, it's time for a live stream, and then I will do the live stream, like, when I'm just, like, really, like, in the mood to be doing some streaming. This time, I scheduled it, like, ahead of time by, like, 2 days, so I did not predict, like, how my energy would be and everything on the day where I actually have to then go and do a live stream. Link to the Patreon where? You can find it in the YouTube description. There's a link tree there. It's got it. Patrons provide soup. Accurate, yeah. And bills, mostly soup. Thousands of tins of soup. How goes the struggle? Says Turning. It's been a struggle today. This design has been difficult to try and like get together, but we're getting somewhere. I'm finally adding the ejection port, like at the moment. And then where we'll go from there is anyone's guess. But yeah, the link to the Patreon is in the YouTube description. You can get it there, and it has a link tree which has everything on it. Or you can find it in the Discord. You can't find it on Steam. I don't think we're allowed to put it there. But you can find it just like via any of our social platforms. It all links through everything else. Let me see. What would be a good way for this to look? What would be an interesting visual for this ejection port? Will there be a soup decal? No, there might be. No, there might be. I'll be doing a load of decals tomorrow, probably, after I finish this weapon, because I'm definitely going to have to finish it off tomorrow. And I'm sure soup will be as on my mind then as it is now. Soup in the cockpit. It would spill everywhere. You can't have soup in the cockpit. That'd be outrageous. If EOD gets achievements, one of them better be souped up. That would be quite funny, actually. Ethan, imagine that. Like, you put your first customization in your mech and it's like souped up, spelled as like the food stuff.
It's what, sorry?
Like, you put your first customization on your mech and then it's like the achievement is like souped up, and it's just like, but like, you know, but like soup the food. Why do we call it cockpit? I do not know. It's just what you call it. Just a word. If we were to pick a favorite mech movie, what would it be? Movies quite limiting. I guess if you include like mech and movies, it's a tough one. I like Pacific Rim, but I probably like Evangelion more, and that has good movies. But like most mech things aren't movies, and those are both mech things, so it's tough. Ethan, do you have a favorite mech movie? I don't even have a good answer to this question. We've seen Robot Jocks. I have not seen Robot Jocks. It's very 80s, 90s. Okay, okay. I've seen Real Steel. That was a pretty good movie. With Eminem. I don't remember if Eminem was in the movie or if he just did the music, but it was with Eminem in some capacity. Did you watch the Armored Core Secret Level 8 episode? Yeah, I watched it, but I didn't like it. I thought it was too mopey, and it was just about, you know, it wasn't even about Armored Core, it was just about, bloody, basically, like, knockoff John Wick moping around. I didn't like it at all. Keanu Reeves has been a disaster for game narratives everywhere. Any plans to get Jonathan Ferguson, keeper of firearms and artillery at the museum? Right, I mean, to look over the guns. I don't know. I do not, unfortunately, have the personal contact information of Jonathan Ferguson, as much as I may wish I did. So I wouldn't even know how to go about such a thing. And I feel like fictional mech guns, I'm sure he could make some level of analysis of it, but it might be slightly out of his wheelhouse, considering as he usually does infantry firearms and things like that. I mean, it would be cool, but I don't have. Ethan, do you have Jonathan Ferguson's private contact information? Just lying around?
Definitely, mate.
Yeah. Well, maybe I'll have them then.
He got the AN-94s from me, so.
Well, if you know, do you know the degrees of separation thing? Like, have you ever heard this before?
What's this?
It's so it's this idea that no one on Earth is more than like 8 people away from you. So like you'll know someone who within 8 people will know someone, right?
Right.
And I do know someone who has met Jonathan Ferguson and got a tour of the artillery spot. Like I don't know them like well,
cool.
but like I have spoken to them like a couple times. So I am like 2 degrees of separation away from Jonathan Ferguson, but not close enough, I think, to pull those strings to make whatever happen. But you know, like think about all the people that are probably only like 2 or 3 degrees of separation away from you that you like don't even know about. It's an interesting thought. 6 degrees? I thought it was 8. My bad. You had an episode on Foxhole Artillery. Well, I suppose anything really could happen. I think if I was watching back Jonathan Ferguson reviewing EOD guns, a lot of it would be like me kind of reacting going, yeah, I kind of know I did that wrong, but I thought I could get away with it. And I could in fact not get away with it. So no more than 6 acquaintances. Interesting. So yeah, and that checks out because like the person that I do like kind of know, like they're not like a personal friend, you know what I mean? They're like an acquaintance that I met through like various circumstances. So 6 acquaintances sounds about right to me. Anyone? The problem is you then have to convince a chain of 6 acquaintances that whatever idea you have to meet these random people is a good idea. How was that? Oh, I messed that up a lot of times. I've totally done this wrong twice in a row. What I'm trying to model here is like a swingy out part, and I don't know why I'm doing it in such a crap way. Let me pay attention. I was just thinking too much about 6 degrees of acquaintances and Jonathan Ferguson's artillery collection. Let me do this properly. 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon. If you guys could cash in your 6 degrees of freedom, not freedom, sorry, that's a game development thing, or like a flying thing. If you could cash in your 6 degrees of separation with anyone, who would you meet, sit down with, talk to, pitch a business to, whatever? Ethan, who would it be?
Question, man. No idea, man.
We can get you on Joe Rogan. Sit down and talk with a stranger in person? No thanks. Well, I mean, it's like someone, you know, it's like someone you'd want to sit down and talk with, right? The Dalai Lama, yeah. I don't know who the Dalai Lama current Lama is, but I'm sure they've got a lot of interesting thoughts. Expert can be contacted, that's true. You have a 10-hour 40k talk with Cavill. That's a good idea, actually. Bill Burr, you know, that's a good one actually, because here's like an aspect you have to consider, right? Like most, you know, there's a lot of like really cool like celebrities and people that are like famous or whatever, right? But you have to think to yourself, like, which ones would you actually want to speak to, right? Like there's quite a lot of people I find like funny as comedians or whatever, but like I would never want to sit down and talk to them. But I don't think Bill Burr would be like that. I think Bill Burr would probably be actually pretty sociable and pretty like novelly amused by like the idea or whatever, you know what I mean? Is this the ejection port? Yes, we are getting, at last, the ejection port. We've been discussing, amongst many things that we discuss, the possibility for like how we would do like ejections. And we've come to the conclusion that it's like, what we say is like mostly feasible for development. It's just a lot of work. Like something that, if we have the time, we'll do it, because it is very possible. It's just going to take a lot of time. to prep the animation, split the parts of the mech out, get everything ready to allow you to pull that cord to eject. I think ejecting in VR could be truly a sickening experience. Straight out there. Bam, source. Injection port, and we already have that. There's a magazine at the top. Insert ejection port here. That's a funny idea. Okay, let's add some details on this back end of things. There will be no more ports. The ports end here. Side ejection? Oh dear. Too many ports. Maybe we need some USB ports actually, that would be good. That'd be a really funny thing just add on the side, just a USB port. I've seen a few things with showcase things are done with Niagara particles. Yeah, we use them as well. I just needed to put an actual place on the gun for the you know, the bullet to come out. Do we know how far in the future EOD takes place? Yeah, it's like 10-15 years. There's actually a full lore write-up with dates and stuff, or like a top level lore, like look at it. You can get on the as we ran up as a Patreon post, and will eventually be shared through the game in like lore drops via like achievements and stuff. You get an achievement, you get a bit of lore, and that's how that's all gonna work. Hmm. Was thinking about how to have this back section look a bit more interesting. Can you shoot down geese migrating? No, we like the geese. They're cool. We don't want to shoot down geese. I often add like nonsense decals to the mech just to get a feel for like where the decals should be. It's kind of handy, even though like I won't make the decals say what these decals say. Hell, if I can even get the decals to add on. Oh, there we go. There's loads of them. You know, I'll just, you know, I would want like a decal here, so I will leave it there just kind of as a placeholder. You saw the Polish decal? That's actually one of the default ones, the Polish Air Force for some reason. These are all just default decals that come with the Blender decal tool, including the Polish Air Force roundel. So I can't take any credit for that. No step, yeah. A classic. See that on like every sci-fi design, including mine, in many places. A fishing minigame with a grenade launcher. That could be a bit brutal. There was this... There's think about the Simpsons movie where Homer kind of electrifies the fish to catch them. I think that's the one thing you could do that'd be more brutal than grenade launcher fishing. Yeah, you can hunt whales with it, that's for sure. Like an upscaled Mark 19, I'm glad. That means I'm probably hitting the mark of roughly what I wanted to do then. Yeah. Just feeling out these last parts of the design. Calling it the bullfrog because the front of it looks like a screaming frog. You got like little froggy eyes here on the points of hoisting. Or like a frog mouth, the frog nostrils, and then like a big frog tongue. Yeah, I might try moving it a little bit. I'm going to leave it as is for now and just try developing the touching point. Does this unfinished model have N-gons? Yeah, loads of them. We're gonna end up having the N-gon discussion again from last stream. Last part of the design until someone else gives an idea. True. Actually true, yeah. Green on the ejection port. Well, you'll probably be able to color that part in with the Mech customization system, so I wouldn't really be able to do that. That's the wrong kind of thing. You don't put a bolt in a hole like this. You put a, you don't put a hex bolt. You put like one of the round bolts with a hex hole in it. And if you had a, you had a bolt set in there, like a 6-sided bolt, you'd never be able to turn the damn thing. Well, I'm running out of things to say, chaps. I'm just focusing on getting this model done. What's that? I'm sure about frogs. Now it's Peggy. Huh? What actually are N-gons? Okay, that's a good question. An N-gon is a polygon with more than 4 faces. So anything more than 4 faces is an N-gon. Sorry. Is a face with more than 4 points. So a square with a point on each corner is a quad, right? But if I now add... And this is 2 quads, right? But if I change it from 2 quads and I dissolve that one, and now there's 5 sides to it. This is an N-gon, and the difficulty with N-gons can be Now it's got 6 sides. And this is fine. There's literally no problem with this. Like, I can make a whole mesh that's like nice and has a bevel on it. You know, if you play your cards right, you can even subdivide it. But the issue with endgons occurs because if I lift up one corner like that, this face becomes strange, and it needs to have a line across here to triangulate that. You can see it's like pulling the polygons all around wrong. So yeah, basically that is it. An endgon is just more than 5 points, more than 4 points per face, and if you have that, you need to keep them flat. And if you don't keep them flat, then you may find yourself getting unusual visual artifacts that you did not desire in your model. Does that mech come with a crappy IKEA brand to turn those? You bet. That was one of those like little like cast steel or like cast iron terror little ones. They come with the instructions in a little plastic bag. The mechs come with like instructions, that's kind of fun, like a little manual for each mech. That'd actually be kind of interesting. Might need to explore that. It's amazing to see someone work so efficient and quickly. Thank you. I actually feel like I'm not doing that today. It's been a long stream so far. We've been going 4 and a bit hours, and normally by now, like if I was actually working very efficiently, I should have done a lot more by now. I'd say this has been a pretty inefficient session. I was amazed the other day. I saw a 3D model of an aircraft, and the guy made it in only 14 hours, and it was a model of like a... I don't remember what aircraft it was, but it was a really good plane model, and it was made in only 14 hours. And, you know, for reference, this gun model's been going for like 5 hours, and I don't even have the retopology started yet. So it's a slow day. It's a slow day. I'll put it that way. You just got here, Koala. Welcome to the stream. I suppose when I think about that guy who modeled the aircraft, the 14 hours is still incredibly an admirable time. It's very impressive work. Like, I would struggle to do that, but maybe it's slightly easier if you know what you're like. If you, from the outset, you know exactly what you want. Like, he had like all these pictures of the aircraft already, you know? Like, I did not fully know what I wanted to make today. Like, you know, you guys have seen it evolve over the duration of the stream. So that probably, like, having to design as I go and like think about it probably slows it down a lot. You had a very vivid dream you were playing EOD. Wow, your dreams are going to become reality. Not long now. It's super efficient. Then I've been modeling Singapore for at least 2 weeks for just like, I don't know. It's an interesting one. I always want to be faster, anyway. I have like an endless pursuit of trying to make 3D models as quickly as possible. It's kind of an outcome of the development structure of this game, right? Like, there's only so many of us. There's only me and Ethan. And I'm the only one who makes 3D models on the team, so gotta work fast. Otherwise there'll be nothing in the game. So I'm always looking for like more efficient, quicker ways. And, you know, streaming to you guys actually kind of helps because focusing can be hard sometimes. You know, you'll end up watching like a YouTube video that you just, you swear it's just meant to be on in the background, and then you realize you watched it for like 5 minutes, and then, you know, you've lost 5 minutes of your workday. But that doesn't happen if I'm streaming to you guys, so it's a real productivity saver in some way or another. The faff that having the object inform its design when you're not following someone's... Yeah, there's like a lot of faffing. Faffing around with that kind of thing. How many flank routes are in the map? Just depends on the map, but usually quite a lot. The new maps that the patrons are going to test this Friday, they're going to be the guinea pigs this Friday to see if the maps are actually fun for everyone. That's another patron bonus. You get turned into a guinea pig to see if the maps are good. Yeah, so they're going to be testing a load of maps this Friday. These are some of the most free-flowing open maps we've tried so far. Strange, you think having to respond to a mosh pit would impact focus? Yeah, but it's also like, the mosh pit, I don't know, it occupies the part of my brain that might normally watch YouTube videos. Stimulant-based ADHD meds, it makes normal people go faster. Yeah, well, hey, if things get desperate, I wouldn't do that. They're very, hardcore stuff. I know a guy called Flothar who streams on Twitch every single day, making art every single day, and he has done for, I believe, over 4,000 days. I just think that's so incredible. I wouldn't know how to raid someone on Twitch after this stream was done, but if I did know how to do it, it would be him, because his streams are just incredible. Commitment, at least. To do that every day for so long. Yeah, if you guys didn't remind me about that ejection port, it would have been forgotten, guaranteed. Type /raid target name, and does that work? It just ends the stream on Twitch and raids it? I don't know if he's even live right now, to be honest, but let me check. I'll probably finish like an hour or something. Okay, he's not... Oh no, wait, is he? No, he's not live. Well, I'll see when the time comes to figure that thing out. I'll figure it out. But thanks for the information, Turning. The more you know, yeah. Maybe you should become a famous live streamer, and then you'll become a better modeler. I think at a certain point you'd have to... I think if you wanted to be a legitimately famous live streamer, I don't think you could model your way to the top. I think you'd have to, somewhere down the line, you'd have to do something different. Because I'm quite amazed that all of you want to watch this modeling. But I think you guys are like a niche. I don't think everyone is appealed to. Or nearly as many people as you would need to be a famous live streamer. If that was your goal, to do this. I'm struggling with the speaking, chaps. This stream is going to be over soon enough, I'll tell you that much. But yeah, I think you'd have to do something else. React to YouTube videos or whatever the top streamers do. Having chat here acts as a review source. Yeah, that's true. That is true. How are you going to balance out the 2-weapon mech? It's a complicated subject.
Very, very, very expensive.
Yeah, no, we're not. Well, we're not going to do that one. We have plans.
And no one will complain.
Yeah, no one will complain about that. We're going to we're going to make it, well, first of all, we're going to add other 2-weapon mechs. And then we're going to basically add we're gonna have more 2-weapon mechs. We're gonna make the other mechs stronger. We're gonna level like light weapons, like the small weapons up they're gonna be more impactful. It's just gonna be a bit of a leveling numbers thing across the board. And we buffed like legs and stuff. You have a personal question. How can a mech with seemingly no arms model in 3D? Never you mind. Never you mind what I do.
Telepathy.
Thought they'd bounce it with gyroscopes. 3-weapon mech. We once had the idea of a 4-weapon mech, but then I was like, this is not going to work out. We were just like, wait, this is an atrocious idea. And the 4-weapon mech got scrapped. I mean, it never had like a model or anything, it was just an idea. Yeah, I just think really hard about it. Like, when you see me spinning it around 100 times, I'm just thinking really hard about the model till it appears. Like a model, maybe? Right round, right round. That's funny, Mr. Trilby. The spinner. Watch this, I will deploy the spinner. Wait, do I have it? Yeah, I do. Oh, that's not it. That's a window capture of the Twitch stream. Not sure how I managed that. This is the one I want. There we go. Why did it just go off the screen? No. There we go. The spinner. Okay, the spinner's going away now. Oops. Oh, we have one Shabak added to the screen. Here we go. Another one's coming up. This one's hanging out from the top. Harness the power of a DVD screensaver. Yeah, hang on, check this out. This is the BRB screen. Just has the spinner. I'm just contemplating what kind of shapes are on the back of here. The flat cannon has like ridges down the back like this, and I think it might look good here. But I don't want this to visually read like the same as the flat cannon. I want it to be its own thing. What is the legendary Shabak? It is one of the mechs in the game that people have taken a certain fondness to due to its kind of small stature and funny look. I'm sure other people who are around right now could put it in better words than me. What version of Unreal are we using? 5.5 right now. And are we leveraging any specific tech? Not really. Nothing outrageous. We use forward rendering and like semi-baked lighting and stuff. Like honestly a lot of really old school techniques. No nanite, no lumen, none of that kind of business. So yeah, that's basically all there is to it. Pretty bog standard. Is that so it can run on VR? Yeah, that's why. Forward rendering makes a huge difference to VR performance. But we actually just noticed in general that it was like, it just made a huge like increase in performance for like most machines, and that was, we just thought, wow, that's kind of a good thing, you know. So we we use it for VR and for flat screen. As well as that, because maintaining two different rendering pipelines would be really painfully difficult to try and do. The stream just got randomly recommended to you. Have you seen EOD before? Like, do you know what's going on here? Or are you just, are you truly new to it all? Or is it like a truly out of the blue thing? You did a VR rig? It can be pretty cool. Can be pretty cool. Actually, out of the blue, well, welcome to the stream, and welcome to, I guess, knowing what EOD is. We're building a mech simulator game. You can check out, like, the Steam page and stuff if you want to see more about it. But, you know, pilot giant mechs, fight other players, fight AI enemies, you know, fight bots, co-op business, it's all there. And if you like mechs, you'll probably enjoy. Oh, you didn't know EOD either? Well, double welcome then. Another person welcome to knowing what EOD is. I'm actually slightly surprised that anyone would find the stream who didn't know what EOD was in the first place, but I guess it was somewhat bound to happen in a way. Yeah, there's a playtest like really soon, so if you want to try the game out, you will not have to wait long. It's at the end of July. It's obviously free. Anyone can get on it. You just sign up on Steam. Let's get some reference checking here, because I do want this big counterweight on the back, but I'm not sure what to make it like just yet. Is the playtest limited to PC or does VR work too? This is actually going to be the first playtest that works in VR as well, so you can jump straight in VR in this test. Do you have to win enough mech battles to win the heart of an NPC waifu? No, it's not that kind of game, I'm afraid. Bit of an unorthodox idea back here, I'm going to try it. You've damn near limitless dumb questions. Well, hey. It's just a bit of fun. Ask away, enjoy yourself. Is there any requirements to join the playtest? Yeah, you have to sign up on Steam, and that's it. And if you sign up on Steam, you'll get into the playtest. You also have to have a computer, and probably a keyboard and a monitor too. Although, I guess technically you really only need the computer. Who's that other voice we were talking to earlier? That was Ethan. He's the programmer, and he's still here, I think.
Hello.
Yep, he hasn't lost himself to the source yet. Oh, I can hear a plane going over again. Do you animate these as well? The animations are actually handled procedurally in the game by Ethan's code. Which is another one of the things that's getting an exciting update in the next playtest. If Steve at home. Oh yeah, Steve at home. I'm struggling with this sort of box at the back because it doesn't really have much in terms of like functionality to it. There's like no real reason. It just adds like a nice visual counterweight to the weapon. So I'm just thinking about what to do with it and not coming up with any good answers as of yet. Don't you adjust the values to the animations? Oh yeah, I do that. Or I tell Ethan how to do it, but he gets most of it done by himself, to be honest. He's pretty good.
Cheers.
Hinge and handles. Yeah, I was thinking about that, but it just wasn't hitting the spot. Tuned weights. Yeah, snack box. Yeah, snack light snack box. That's a good idea. Place to put the USB ports. Funny. You're a big fan, you're excited looking for the next playtest. Thank you, DCA Repair. Well, I hope you enjoy it. It's going to be a pretty big one, I think. Lots of new features in there. Mech cockpits unique to every mech. There's going to be all kinds of things. There's going to be that. There's going to be VR. You know, there's going to be 3 experimental maps you can play. There's going to be, yeah, there's a lot of stuff, to be honest. So hopefully you'll enjoy. I mean, hopefully everyone will enjoy, but you in particular. What do the pilots eat? Good question, honestly. I never thought about it that much. Probably like MREs. Just like normal food. Kind of imagining a bunch of like mech pilots like out their mechs, sitting around a campfire, just eating away a bit. MREs are not normal food? No, MREs and normal food. I mean, MREs aren't that abnormal food. Like, there is, I don't know, they're just like microwave meals, I guess. MREs actually only have a limited time. More of them. They are not normal food. Yeah, but so do. What do you mean like limited time? Do you mean like expiry dates? Because I feel like normal food has expiry dates as well. How long have we been working on this project? 4 years. But like not in the same capacity for every year. Like for the last like how long, okay, Ethan, fact check time. So for the last like 2 years we've been like fully locked in on EOD, right? But like before then it was like different capacities. Is that right?
Like different versions of what this game was.
Different versions of what the game was, and also like different levels of work on it, like not fully working on it like because we were university students or other reasons as well. Is that right?
First year for me was uni, first two for you was uni.
Yeah.
We had transfuser as well. There's competitions. We were working on uni during the competitions.
Yeah.
I would say it's all still been EOD at the end of the day, to be honest.
It has all been
Vast
EOD, but
majority
it's
of
been
EOD.
like different levels of focus, though. You know what I mean? Like it's either been like, but for like the last 2 years, it's been like full time. Absolutely everything is EOD.
Yeah.
We rescoped the game like quite heavily as well at one point. Oh, right, okay, not expiry dates, you're only meant to live on them for so long. Yeah, that's actually very interesting, because I didn't know that. I thought they were just, you know, food. That you could just, you know, you could just eat them. So that's actually very interesting. I wonder what makes MREs unsustainable for, like, long-term consumption. Like, why couldn't you live off them? What's wrong with them that they're not, like, they don't count as food for long enough? Yeah, I guess they do have a lot of calories, right? But like, say you ration, or like, say you like adjusted your MRE intake to be like an appropriate amount of calories. Could you live on it then? Maybe. Excess vitamins and high on sodium. Interesting. Not good for your kidneys, right? Makes sense then, I guess. I feel like some I feel like some civilians probably eat a lot worse food than just if you just ate MREs all the time. But maybe not, I don't know. I think pilots would just eat, they probably eat like combat rations when they're out in a mission or whatever. So they could just tuck them away in the cockpit. And then I think, apart from that, they probably just eat like me and you, normal, grand. McDonald's is probably healthier long term than most MREs. Yeah, the McDonald's salad maybe. Apart from that, I'm not so sure. The reason you don't replace all drinks with Gatorade? I don't know, maybe I do. You're not the boss of me. I've actually never had Gatorade in my life. Military personnel get actual meals most of the time, yeah. They don't eat Marines except when they're in the field, I guess. Or on some like operation or whatever. You replace most of your drinks with whiskey? Yeah, that's good. I don't think there's much sodium content in whiskey. I think that'll keep you nice and healthy. No blood in your alcohol system. Ah, okay. Now what you said there, Mr. Trilby, is interesting, and this is one for Ethan. Ethan, you engage in Huel, don't you?
I have
You
tried it
have,
in the past,
okay.
yeah.
Because I remember at one point you did have a bit of a theory that you could live off it or whatever. Or
Not
you
live off, just use it.
just use it. Okay, okay.
Yeah, it's like making food is sometimes just annoying. I'm not much of a foodie. I don't actually really care. It's just annoying.
Hmm.
There's other things I'd rather do with my life than cook food. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Infinitely many things I'd rather be doing. But it's unfortunately just kind of expensive too.
Yeah.
Which does make sense. It's very processed. You have to process food into it. So
Huel is just sort of like it's like a protein like milkshake thing, I guess.
meal replacement is the word. Not protein shake, meal replacement.
Meal replacement, right? Okay.
I think.
But what someone said is, what Mr. Trilby said is that if you swap to Huel, your jaw deteriorates from basically not chewing enough.
I could see that happening. I've heard before. There's lots of teeth issues people have nowadays. People reckon it's because food. We all cook food so that it's very soft and chewing is not really difficult anymore. Which seems interesting to me.
Yeah, that is interesting. Hey Millie G, you actually will get access again. Having access to one playtest gives you day one access to the next playtest. So you will have access. Just keep an eye out on the Discord, on Steam, whatever platform you want to is most convenient for you to keep up with us, and you'll see when the next tests are, which is, July 31st, by the way. So no, you will get in. And you'll be in day one as well, whereas people who are new entrants will be in day two. PvP or PvE, both, but this test will just be PvP. Your PvP-ness is not very strong. Believe in yourself, you can learn. I think it's a new ground for a lot of people, having mech fights. Like, there's no established meta, we're rebalancing the game constantly to be as fun as possible. Aiming is it's not like a sweaty aiming game. Like, there is opportunity to carve your own strategies out at the moment, I guess I'd say. So even if you're not good at PvP at the moment, neither is anyone else. They're still figuring their game out. But the final version will have the co-op, which is obviously quite a big deal. Oh, thank you very much, Millie G. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Will there be artillery weapons? Yeah, in the final version, you're going to be seeing artillery missiles. And that's how we're going to be featuring artillery in the game. Teams or solo? For the PvE, it can be either. For the PvP, it's in teams. The meta for now is to shoot the feet. The meta was to shoot the feet. The legs have been strengthened on every single mech to give it a more balanced damage distribution.
I think I pushed it too far the other way. They might just be not worth targeting anymore. But we shall see.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, we're walking in.
Yeah, you'll get your long range missile salvos once it is ready. What are your inspirations for this game? Mech Warrior 4, Armored Core 6, you know, we have a lot of inspirations. Armor 3. I was posting about this a little bit in the Discord the other day, actually. When will the meta be dance-offs? Never. Never. You wish to cosplay as an anti-air vehicle? Okay. Well, you don't need treads for that, but we can give you big guns. Will this game be very grindy? No, it won't be grindy at all. And if it is grindy somehow, we'll change it so it's not grindy. You've not played an Armored Core game since 2002? Well then you should definitely go on playing Armored Core 6. It's absolutely incredible. Brilliant game. Brilliant game. One of the best games that came out that year. Not one to be missed at all. Is that the one the Dark Souls guys worked? I mean, they're all the ones the Dark Souls guys worked on. FromSoft was, you know, FromSoft made Dark Souls and FromSoft made Armored Core. They're all the ones the Dark Souls guys worked on. A reasonable grind like AC6 would be nice. I don't think AC6 has a grind, really. Well, I guess there was a bit where you like can repeat missions sometimes, but I wouldn't consider that a grind. I would consider War Thunder a grind. I would consider AC6 just a gameplay that has unlocking items in it. What is Armored Core about? You're piloting a Japanese-style mecha, and it's awesome, and you don't need to know anything else, basically. The story takes a second place to badass things happening and blowing stuff up with mechs. Not to say it doesn't have a good story, but the story isn't as engaging as the gameplay. It has the best mecha movement I've played in any game. Nothing comes close. Yeah, it's a very like Ace Combat story. Zone of the Enders is fine, like it's fine, but it isn't nearly as good as the weight and the flight and everything that's given to you by the Armored Core 6. Please still make this game have a crafting system similar to Crossout. Honestly, I have not played Crossout. I don't even know what that's like. So it's we're not doing it by design, but I don't even know what the system would be like. So it'd be pretty hard to imitate it or not imitate it. But we don't have a crafting system, so you know, and we're not gonna have a crafting system. Is it worth jumping to 6 and missing the whole story? Yeah, because 6 is totally, like, 6 isn't the same story as the rest of them. You're not missing anything. 6 is, like, its own thing. Hey, who said no fishing, okay? No crafting, no dating, but we might add a bit of fishing. Okay, we probably won't add a bit of fishing. It was a considered idea once. Maybe an April Fool's joke or something. You have to wait 1 real-life hour to craft some weapons in Crossout, maybe even 4. Okay, yeah, no, I mean, that's not the kind of game system you're going to see in EOD at all. That's not what we're about here. What about player housing? You think this is an MMO? Get out of here. This look like Final Fantasy to you? You think we have an MMO budget? Fishing with a torn off construction crane on, you're a genius. Fish for new parts. Yeah, that'd be funny. Who's enjoying the bolt positioning live stream? Positioning so many bolts. It's riveting. I thought your new animation, Massacre, was amazing. It looks so good. Was that a Cyclops from Battletech in it? From Mech Warrior? It's a Highlander. Oh. Okay, my bad. Doing something called a Highlander burial. Wait, was it? I didn't know this. I didn't notice there was another mech underneath the feet. Hang on, let me check. Oh yeah, wait, I can see it sticking out there. Oh no, that's a bit of the foot. I guess the other mech isn't like in there, yeah, whatever. But a Highlander burial's when it like jumps on top of another mech, right? Oh, moderation situation in the Discord. There we go. Sorted. One of those bloody hacked accounts posting in the Discord there. It's been 5 hours. Yes, Scrimbelow Bimbelow. It's been 5 hours. And honestly, I think we have a pretty decent looking model as a result of it. It needs some stuff, like it needs a bit of details around here, like this part needs something. But it's getting there. I'll finish it tomorrow, I think, because finishing this today is might be a bridge too far. Currently practicing for that 1v1. You're not getting it today. The stream will end too soon, I think. But next time, I'll probably stream next week as well.
Yo.
Hello. You're stealing it? Okay, so there's a plugin, you can find it online, called Welder. And it does this automatically for this, and it will save you so much time for modeling your welded seams. Let me find that Blender Welder. I think it costs like $2. Never mind, it's free. Oh, hang on, that's the wrong add-on. Let me find you the right one. Okay, yeah, it costs 15 bucks. I dropped the link in the chat. It's really good, to be fair, if you're a 3D artist. Is it worth $15? It depends how much welding you want to do on your models. It's a truly a question for that reason, and that reason alone. I think it used to be free, but then they made it cost. Or maybe I'm just mixing it up with a different welding add-on. Can opener melee arm. I mean, if it's an anti-mech melee weapon, really every mech anti-mech melee would be a can opener, wouldn't it? Shotguns are freaky. It's true. Fight for Rubicon never ends, true. Ethan, did you finish Armored Core 6 yet?
Nah.
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 Simple answer, everyone. Nah.
But I should.
You should. And I think everyone watching would agree. So what I'm adding right now is just these like little surface details. I just want to give it the feeling of like a pressed steel or like pressed metal, like stamped metal. It's something I haven't thought about that much in the past as an artist, is like, how was this metal made? And now I've been thinking about it lately, and I've been thinking about the shapes that I produce and how some of them are like shapes that you could never ever hope to make out of metal unless you like milled it in like a ridiculous way. So I've been trying to make more interesting shapes. You only played one ending, Rod? You need to go back and play all the endings, because they have like unique missions and everything. Like, there's so much more to the game. You missed out on tons. You need to get back in there. Back to Rubicon with you. I like how the chassis has reactive armor. It's a nice detail. Thank you. Well, actually, you know, you can swap out your armor packages in game as well. So like whatever you want to use armor wise, it's all there. Did you make an array of shells to make the ammo can the right size, or is it just guesstimation? It's a bit of guesstimation. What happens if someone was to hack the mechs and start crypto mining? I don't know, ask that Web3 guy from earlier, I'm sure he knows all about it. That is a fun metal type massacre, although I always like don't want to use it because it doesn't make that much sense. Like, we're kind of like technologically ahead of that now, so it's like, why would we use that? Like, things are like, you know, stamped and milled now rather than cast for military vehicles. So I feel like if you do that, it gives your vehicles like an old school kind of feel. And if you want like a new school feel, then you kind of have to avoid that type of metal, even though it's really cool. What a question, Neon Cat. I don't even know how to quantify the answer to that. Oh, we have one more Jabak added to the screen. I'm going to put him right there. Only 500 points, count your days. I gotta end stream soon, or I'm gonna be in trouble. Is there voice chat in the game? Yeah, there is. Or there will be anyway. There's text chat right now. And by the time the final version's out, there will be voice chat. What are we thinking of this, guys? I'm pretty happy with this. I think this is ready to be made into a low poly model, baked, textured, and given all the good things that happen to a model when they go in the game. Have I saved recently? Yeah, I'm a saving addict. I save like every 15 seconds. There should be a shotgun like gun in the game that fires a small shell called Rat Shot that actually fires hundreds of rats. Oh, we plan to have cutscene deployments? Well, we have one idea for something, but we're not making any promises because it might not be logistically possible with our dev team size. But we do have one idea. So just wait and see, and you might get a nice surprise. And ideally, if you forget I ever said this, it would be even better, because then it would be a nice surprise, and you won't have any expectations. So expect nothing, and you might get something. Just depending on how much dev time we have available once we've completed the main tasks for the game. Wishlisted request sent. Thank you very much, Turning. I'm sure I'll see you in the game at the end of July. Deployment animation should be a 3D modeling time lapse of Mech being created. That'd be really funny. But for now, I think I'm probably gonna end stream soon, to be honest, because we've got high poly model here. Everything else is gonna be in texturing and low poly, which it's not the most entertaining section of the stream, so it's actually probably better that I just do that by myself tomorrow, like before my other jobs. It would take me like an hour. But get in the Discord if you're not already, because then you can see this finished model in the game attached to a mech, like tomorrow. Apart from that, goodbye everybody. Ethan, do you want to say goodbye? I do not think he wants to say goodbye. I think the source has got him. So I'll say goodbye to you all in his place too. And we'll see you around. We'll see you in the Discord. And we'll see you